Hey, internet, and welcome. So basically, this is what we're building today, and yeah, I'm just going to take you guys through the entire process and how, as well, the backend itself was basically integrated. We built the landing page, we built the login part, and as well as the little dashboard we have. So now this is what we have. This is the nav section, the hero section. So we can actually scroll down. This is the collaboration section. So this is the supporter section. This is the features section. This is the benefits section. And lastly, we have the footer, right? So nice. So now what I want to do is to check the mobile responsiveness. So click on inspect. You want to click on here. You can see that it's extremely, very mobile responsive. You can see that the small device, it looks great as well. So also with the footer. Right, so this is the hamburger. I can click on it to see more options. You can close it as well by clicking on there. Right, so what I want to do real quick is to go to the login page. So this is going to take you to the actual login, right? And there's a register part as well. I'm going to register. So I'm going to demo it by actually creating a very new account. I'm going to call this no, let me not use James. Favorodic. Okay, let's try that out. And we can just say favorodic@gmail.com. We use some sort of random password. So I want to register. You can see that this was created successfully and I was redirected back to the login page to login. So I'm going to save that and try to log in. So you can see we have some nice preloader and then we have our information. So now on the dashboard, we have access to all of the users per se. We have the total users in the platform. We have the total that's verified so far. I have not verified. That's why I get to see this verify me button and the total channels, right? So these are what we will be building. And I want to quickly verify me. I click on the verify me button. You can see that I'm verified now. And now this is now 7. And you can see me at the bottom. Verified is now yes. So this is something we'll be building out using Next.js 14, and we want to make sure that we're using both the server side and the client side in this tutorial, and we're actually handling every form of validations using Zod, right? So enjoy watching. All right, so yeah, as I said earlier, we basically have a startup branch, so you can change it to this. So you see that we don't really have much going on, so it's just like a setup branch. So what we're going to do is to come in here, right? So let's say he's not ahead. Okay, that's good. So you come in here, click on this little green button. So you're going to see the HTTPS clonable link. So we want to grab that real quick, right? So what we want to do is we want to go to our okay. So I'm going to go quickly to the project itself, right? So here, once we're here, you can actually open up any terminal of choice, right? So what we're going to do real quick, we're going to run this command. So, and this is going to, clone the repository itself, right? So we can start working on it. So we're going to wait for it to clone. It's done. So basically, we want to cd into that particular repository is because I think Fullstack. Okay, I think it's SAS landing. Okay, good. So we see everything within the repository. What we want to do at this stage now is to basically install our packages, right? So we could just do install. So this is going to run, try to install all the default packages we have within the system. So we'll give it a moment. Normally it takes a while. And so it really is complete. We can actually dive right back in. Okay, I think definitely I will be okay. So it's actually complete now. And yeah, so the very next command you run is the dev command, right? So make sure it's spelled correctly, and it's going to try to bootstrap the local server. All right, so basically have this now, but though it's not compiled yet, but we can just quickly go to the link. And while you're doing that, just note that it's actually trying to compile, and it's not done yet. So we'll just wait for a couple of seconds, and it should be complete. Okay, so it's compiling, and yeah, we should be there. We should be there in a moment. Okay, it's actually done, compiling. So yeah, so when you clone that particular repository, this is the first thing you see, right? So you get to see the raw page, and then you see a couple of other things. So I've actually updated, it to include the login as well as the register, right? So the way this works is I've actually pre-built this component. I'll dive in later on, to basically show you guys the actual structure of the entire application. So I'll still explain it I will still explain both individually, but it just has to be me walking you guys through the process on how it was basically created. All right, so basically we want to start up with building the actual landing page, right? So yeah, so this is where we start up. We try to first of all get the color scheme, right? So when we have that in handy, we can actually move on to extracting the assets. So basically, this is how we're going to go about it now. Since we already have the project, you can open it up and just have it in your VS Code terminal if you're using VS Code, or you can open it up in Vim, whatever editor you're using, basically, right? So yeah, so basically this is what we have. I can actually see we have some sort of setup already for Prisma and all, right? So we have env sample as well. So we'll come up with this later in the video. All right, so this is what we're going to do now. We're going to focus on the things that are really relevant, right? So that has to do with us extracting the color scheme, right? So I think we already have an idea of what the primary color looks like, which is 554B. So we take a look at here, we basically have 54B, so we don't have to worry about that too much, right? So we have a couple of black colors all over, so that's not going to be a problem. But then one color that actually stands out is this color. Is more of very dark bluish color. So I'm going to grab that and then just save it. So it's actually appearing in a couple of places, I think, right? So let's compare it if it's the same as this. Though it's not really the same, but it did appear in other places as well. This is 19, this is 19. Okay, so we should basically have our own black color. So we just set that out. So we can call it not black but dark, so it won't conflict with Tailwind's default. So what we're going to do here is we could just say footer background. So we're going to have that pasted in, right? And yeah, so there we go. We'll actually have the other headers, which is what we're going to label as dark. So here we can actually specify that real quick. That's going to be the dark color we'll be playing with, right? So yeah, handily, I really think those are all the colors we need to worry about. The primary color here, which is the brown color, and a couple of other black colors, and then we have gray, right? So this gray, you can just select it, and let's switch this to dev mode. And yeah, so this is actually our gray color. You can copy that, so you can actually just refer to that as custom gray, doesn't matter. So custom gray, right? So yeah, so custom gray basically takes up other shapes as well, like these data bricks, chain analysis. They are mostly very related. A6 basically, so you can see A6. So then I think we're good to go there. And let's see if there are other areas that we might need to adjust. Yes, so basically the font is actually inter, right? So when you take a look at the layout, So go to app and go to layout. Right, so I'm going to actually increase the font size real quick. Seems to be too small. Okay, good. All right, so we basically have the font setup, enter, and we are actually accepting these widths. Right, so we have 400, 500, 600, and 700. So these are actually the font widths we are supporting for the entire font. Right, so we've actually done a little setup here by just setting the metadata, but that doesn't really count much. Right, so yeah, we have our basic setup. The very next step is to basically start extracting our assets. Right, it's always the second step. So come in here. The first thing we want to grab is, we can actually grab this as a test or as an actual image. Right, I just like to grab it as an image. So you can select it, click on this little export icon. You have the preview. You want to export that real quick. So we already have this, and it's actually a rule of thumb for us here. When you have your your file exported, you want to basically rename it so you can play with it much more better. So you can actually do this because logo. So this will be the logo of of our platform basically. So here we can actually switch it back to design mode. So what we're going to do here is to try to select everything that we basically need in this case. So we're going to select this shape, right? And always take a note of your left pane. Take a look at the panels and the layers, right? So you will already have this selected. Hold Control on your keyboard, and you want to actually grab a lot of other stuffs. So you can actually right click on this. I will select that. Right click on that one. That is selected as well. Just right click it until you're done with everything you basically need. So I think this makes sense. So this control. Okay, are we missing anything? Okay, not control, shift. You have to hold shift, then you click on the shapes basically. Right, so it has to be shift. So I'll click on that. So basically I have a couple of things here, right? So let's try to group them by using the Ctrl G command, right? So this is actually grouped now, but we have some sorts of distortions. That's the text here is missing. So I'm going to undo that real quick, right? And then try to basically have that text included. So this is it, I think. Right, so this is the group. Okay, so we have that. Okay, so let's just start all over. So you can hold your shift key. And then, yeah, good. We basically select this, select this little icon. Just select this one. Right, select the card. Okay, so it looks good. Let's see, try to group it. Oh, you see, whenever we try to group it, the text, on top of the white one just vanishes for some weird reasons. So we're going to debug that real quick. So I'm going to undo. So now let's see where this is the text coming from here, I think. Yeah, which is part of this group 138. Just let me have that selected. Click on export. Okay, just selecting this group basically selects the entire thing. So this is actually a very good measure for you guys. Sometimes when you try to work on the actual image or asset, it might be problematic. You just have to look on your left pane and reevaluate what you basically say. By clicking on the layer, you have access to all the atomic elements and so on. All right, so we basically have this now. We can just easily export that, and we can call this the API guy, API guy or whatever. So we can just have the credit. It's more of an overview, but it's completely fine. So you can call this guy credit, if that makes sense. All right. So yeah, so one other thing that we need to worry about is this little shape. So we can just easily grab that as well. We have it exported. And okay, so it's a zip file. You basically have to extract that down. So if you're using Wira or any form of extractor, just try to extract it. It should give you a folder. So this is it, I think. Yeah, so this is it. We'll just use this one. You can just cut it by using Ctrl X. Go to download, probably just paste it in here, Ctrl V. And we just want to delete that folder. It's completely messy. So we can now rename this to stylish underline. All right, so this is actually our stylish underline, and yeah, there we go. And then we have this little icon here by the side. We need to have this extracted and just export. Oh, there are icons. That's crazy. So we have to extract it, I think. Okay, we'll go in, and then we have the play. So you can cut it out and go to the downloads. So paste it in, and yeah, it's definitely an icon. So we could just call it the play underscore icon. So what we're going to do is to have these folders deleted because they don't really serve much purpose, I think. Okay, so the very next step is we want to worry about our collaborators, right? So we have the image of radically all of them, I think. Okay, so we have like individual image, which is a good thing, right? So we can actually grab either individual image if it's not much, or we can form them into some sort of carousel, scrollable carousel. So but now what I really think is we can easily just group them together and have them passed as an actual image. They don't really have a background, so it makes sense to just lay them on top of here. So okay, so but the problem with that approach is you might actually have some issues with responsiveness here and there, right? So what I would do, I would just love us to have the group, right? We just easily export each of them, and then we have proper clarity of what each of the logo basically signify, right? So we basically have this now. What we want to do is this is on Splash, so you could just come here, export this group, then just rename. So you could call that on Splash. Okay, so let's just suffix it with like a logo, so we know just when we are playing around with it. So we have another one which is Notion. So we're going to export that real quick, and we're going to rename it as usual. Okay, click on the rename icon, and then we'll call this Notion. All right, what else do we have? We have the intercom. So click on the export as group, click on the little icon there, and we want to rename this to intercom, I think. All right, intercom. Oh, there's no E in intercom, I think. There isn't. So I'll just take that off real quick. So what else? We have Descript. Descript. We need to have it selected properly. Okay, so click on the export. We have the Descript. So click on the little folder icon, and let's rename this. Okay, so I think we made a little mistake, I think. Yeah, we have to suffix it with the logo. So we have the last one, Grammarly, right? So we're going to have that selected. We export again. Right, so we're going to rename. We always suffix it. Okay, that's good. So now we're basically done with that aspect of it, and we have to come in here. I think we have a couple of shapes here, I think. So we can just grab them alongside our shadow. Yeah, so we can export it. So you can see that we basically have that and the shadow. And just select it, group it out, and export. So you can see right here we have the shadow on the background. So we're going to export that real quick. And what we're going to call this, we're going to just call it publishing icon. Okay, that's going to be the publishing icon. We'll go over to the analytics part. So we have them selected, we group them, and then we have to export it. Okay, it doesn't seem to be grouped properly, so we have to reselect again, I think. So let's undo. Okay, so we've undo that. Okay, so let's see. So we have that, then we'll group it, and let's check the export again. Okay, it's coming out right. So this is the analytics icon. So we are going to rename that real quick. Alright, so then after that we basically have the last one. This is more of a copy icon, I think. So we have to select the actual stuff. Then we select the background, we group it, and we export. Alright, so we're going to rename this to engagement. So engagement icon, right? So basically have all the icons well spelled out, and yeah. So basically have some some stars component. So ideally, what you can do here in this case, you can always use some sort of star rate component to undo this. Right, so that's something you can do, and we have a couple of them. I think I'll show you guys real quick. So we have a couple of them. Yeah, I think React star rating component is one of them. So you guys can basically check this out as well. So they actually work well for the most part. So owing to the fact that this is just a simple lesson, so I will just have to grab the actual image. So I'm going to export this, export this as group. So we can actually call this full stack. Okay, so we have to select the other part, I think. Okay, so we are click on export, and this has to be, this is not like a full star, we just call it half stars, I think. Well, it's not really half, not full. So you can just call that not underscore full star, right? And yeah, so ideally those actually make sense. And here we're coming to the big part, which is our features you can't get. So what we're going to do here is that we're going to select the things that are extremely relevant, right? Which is like everything. So you can come in here, have this selected, and is this like an actual image or just a shape? Oh, it's more of a shape. Okay, so that makes sense. So this is what we're interested in. We can have this selected. Let's see the export preview. Okay, it's coming out well. It's coming out well. So you can easily just export that. And I'll just easily rename this to collaboration or collabo. Right, so let's have the other one selected. So let's check the preview. Okay, it's coming out well. So we could easily just call this, I think, the cloud. And then we have the final one. So we can export this as well. And we call this daily. Okay, so basically have a combination of all of those guys. And at close to the bottom, right, we have this little check icon. Right, so I actually have a component we can use for this. We can actually use icon sacks. It has this little check icon that we can use, but for the sake of this, we're not using any form of icon library whatsoever. We can just extract this and rename. So this is actually a green check. So it's an icon, so don't forget to surface it as such. Alright, so there we go. We'll basically have this last part. So let's have everything selected, or just try to get your eyes on the actual stuff that has everything. So let's see these groups. So this is it, I think. Oh, that's selected. Okay, no. Okay, so let's grab that. Let's grab this. Let's grab this. Let's grab this. Let's try to group them. Okay, that worked well this time. So click on here and you can see that everything is coming in as expected. You can easily export them as a group. Okay, so we have this, and then we will need to rename this to benefits. Okay, let's just call it benefits. Rename that and benefits. Okay, so we have that, and we are not done. We have the one at the bottom. So it's very similar with the one at the top. Let's say this is the same font size. We can just reuse what we already have. This semi-bold 50/30. All right, let's check this out as well. Semi-bold 50. Okay, we can just reuse what we have on the actual navigation. All right, so now we have this little guide to export. So we can have it selected, have it grouped, and then click on export and export. So you're going to click on there, and this is actually, something we can call arrow right. Definitely is an icon, so we'll surface it as such. Okay, so now we've come to the end of properly setting up our design scheme and the color scheme. Okay, so now what else we may want to do now? Okay, probably I can come in here, just grab a little bit of the asset we might be needing, right? So in this case, we need this guy. So this for the little dashboard we'll be having. So we have that, we have this, we can group. So you can easily export that. And want to rename this real quick to user icon. Okay, so we already have the user. We'll just extract the verified badge, and then want to group that and just export. So we can just call this stylish check, something like that. Icon, and then what else do we have? We have in here. Okay, we have that grouped as well. And oh, that's a mistake. So export. So this is like a little chat or channel icon. So we could just we could have this named channels. Okay, and finally we don't have any other thing except this little chevron icon down. Okay, export. Lots of spaces in between. Is this an image? Go over it. Okay, so this is what we need. Just this little one. So export vector. Okay, so it's already like zipped. So we're going to extract it here. So we have the glyph, we have the vector. We just cut that and have it pasted in here. So we'll remove this and this. Okay, so this vector can rename it to chevron down icon. So chevron down icon. Okay, so I think with that we are almost done. Okay, we have this little verified badge. So export, we have the guy inside, group them, and yeah, just try to export real quick. Okay, success verification and success verify. All right, so now we have like an entire encyclopedia of our assets, right? So we're good with all of those assets, and all we have to do now is to bring it into the code base itself, right? So now I can actually go to my downloads, just copy the entire thing, Control C, Control A, Control C, right? That will select all and copy the entire images, and we want to just try to paste it here. So what you can do is to drag it in here. So user icon already exists. Okay, just to be sure, let's check user icon. Okay, so this is the user icon we had before. All right, let's see the one we have now. Oh, user icon. Let's cancel just user hot icon. So let's just try to differentiate it with that. Okay, so now that makes a valid proper point. So now we basically have all of our assets, and yeah, let's get ready. Let's build some cool stuffs. Okay, we can easily close out all of this, close this out, and let's go to the very first. Let's build out the navigation right here. Right, so let's see what our project looks like now. Okay, so let me just start a server. Okay, I'm going to refresh this. So it's compiling. Okay, so basically have a proper view of what to basically expect. And now we want to start building off our sections. Right, so go to socks, go to component. Let's create a new folder here called sections. So we'll basically add it, create a new folder as well called cards. Right. So in our page, the TSX, we're going to remove a couple of stuffs. We're going to remove everything here. So you can easily just come here and call it main. So this in bar, so we can just import it. We already have it if you've cloned the project from the startup branch. So we basically have all of this. And let's take a look at what we have. Yeah, now as good as the way we normally start all our projects. Makes perfect sense. So now let's fix our, okay, so there are other assets that we did not look or we didn't, pay attention to. And those are like common shapes, like here and here. It's more of gradient kind of thing. So what we'll do normally is that we can actually grab these assets, have it selected this way, and then position it absolutely on the top, right? So let's do this. This is the actual text. You can see that what we have here is just the little icon. So I will drag this away as well, so we have an idea of what to expect here, right? So we have two. So let's put this here. Okay, majorly we have this, and then we have this, right? So we're going to like export both. So this one we're going to call it the top left gradient. So it's definitely a shape. So you're gonna rename that top left gradient and then shape. Right? So we basically have here. It's still more of top right anyways. So you click on here and but this has to be top right, so I have to rename it accordingly. Top right gradient shape. Okay, so we're going to, since we already have all of this, we can just like undo. So let me take this off. So you can see that this shape now, this is the entire shape we just grabbed. The same thing as here, you can just grab it here. So let's take that there and now let's take a look. So you can actually see, I'm going to undo this real quick and paste it here. Okay, you can see these are the two shapes we just got, this and this. It looks very similar. We could use one in both cases, but we can just like position it separately. I think, yeah, they're really huge. Okay, so yeah, I think something like that will work. So let's see what we already have so we can compare it properly. So go to your downloads. Oh, this is just like one way. No, we can just remove what we already have. We can easily just grab these two. Yeah, they looks very similar. We can just reposition them in terms of size. Yeah, so we can just grab just one and then play around with it. Okay, so click on here, and this is going to be our shape. Call it the gradient shape. So we can remove this. All right. So yeah, we've done a lot of destructions. So we're just going to undo. Okay, go to undo by hitting Ctrl Z continuously. Okay, that should do it for us. All right. So we can switch this back to dev mode, so we won't break stuff. Right. So let's start working on this. So yeah, navigation is the first point of contact. So let's fix it. We have images. Then slash. The actual logo, I think. Okay, so I think it's big ass logo. So this is it. So you could just like, you know, want to grab the name, I think, copy that. So the same thing is what we should be using. It's actually a PNG. So we can be using the same in the mobile view as well. So we need some sort of hamburger, right? And yeah. So before that, let's see what we might be needing. Okay, don't worry about that for now. So yeah, our link is coming up correctly. Let's check out the other part. Okay, so we need to fix the hamburger. And yeah, so obviously what you can do in that case is you can actually check out icon sacks. So you just search like that. Okay, paste it in there. Okay, you can just use this right here. A couple of others you can use, by the way. So I'm going to grab this. I'm going to just rename it to hamburger. Okay, so we'll go here, and I think we already have like verify. Yeah, so something like this. So let's just grab all of them, be on the safer side, and paste it in here. So just try to replace all of them in group. So most of them already exist. So I'm going to like quickly, you know, click through the replace. Okay, I think that would definitely replace everything, just to be on the safer side. Okay, so verify V, I think. Oh, not really. Success verify. It's already there. And alright, let's check it out. Right, so the SVG here can actually be placed in a separate folder, right? So you just go to folder, SVGs, and then we'll move what we already have in here into the created folder. So move it in, and yeah, that should do it for us. Yeah, so basically we have that. Just basically have to change the coloring and other stuff. So yeah, so the SVG itself, so I'm going to click on there, and the fill, yeah, the stroke basically is what we want to change. So let's go to our Tailwind config. Let's grab primary color, and we're going to replace the fill with the primary color right away. So you could replace that in there, probably just refresh it. Okay, you can see it's coming out well with the actual color. Okay, So now what I want to do is to focus on these guys here. So home, FAQ, blog, and about us. So go to navbar. So in here we just add more of the links, right? So you come here and just do so copy it, product. You can easily put this in an array for convenience, I think. FAQ. And I think blog. So we have one last one. Okay, that should be about us. So let's see what we have so far. That is it. Alright, so then we basically have to worry about the buttons, I think. So we have the login and then the sign up. Very small button, I think. So basically I have this, copy it and paste it right here. So login and then just grab a test. And then they sign up. So sign up basically is located at, I think, /register. Similar with the login as well. So we just grab all of this. So they paste it right here. Could make this a div for convenience. And pass the actual thing here. And we change the path. Okay. Alright, so one of the things that might be missing is the fact that we basically have our own button, and that is its main button, and it has a text. So this text is like sign up. So we're going to grab it right there and check what we have basically. Okay, it's too much of a width. We don't really have, but buttons that are large. So what we're going to do, we're going to grab the actual width here, which is like 5 rem. So go to the core main button and we want to like modify it. So you could go click on here. So the height is whatever. So the width can actually be 5 rem. So the height is 2.5 rem. So you can just copy that. And we could use that as our default height. Right, so we use this as the default height. Okay, it's coming out well. So the border radius though is actually 0.625. You can easily just put it around 0.6. Oh, it's the same border radius, so that's completely fine. And yeah, not sure if we still need anything here. We just have to take a look at it to see where things are going amiss. Right. Yes, one thing I did notice is that the link actually have like a very grayish color. I want to check real quick if we already have this in our style guide. We do custom gray. So that means what we're going to be doing is when you override, it's going to have the actual black. So that's something we need to change real quick. Go to the navbar. So when you over, it's not going to be this like this. We're going to be test black, and then the actual one is, they say it's actually test gray. So test, I think custom gray. So let's check it out. So that's good enough, right? So this is the way it is. If you select it, it's going to have the actual color. So let's check the mobile part. Okay, that's completely fine. But then what we need to update here is that on mobile we need to have the same link, but it needs to be in our burger arm shape, right? So we're going to extract everything we have within here, copy it from top to bottom, have it copied, and then want to bring it into here, right? And then you just save it. So when you shrink your screen size, you can see that everything is coming right on top. And one thing that doesn't work well is the sign image, I think. So that's something we need to fix. So we can easily, grab this and you can grab the content only. Come in here and just paste the content in. So don't forget there's a little icon that there. Okay, I think I have to grab the entire thing. Right, so we can actually grab it from here to the top, and we can have it pasted right within on line 125. Okay, so let's check it out. All right, it's coming out as expected. We have the home, we have the product, and then every other link associated with it. All right, so the very next thing we do is to focus on the hero part, right? But though there's a little detail here that we're not looking into at the moment, but there's something we'll consider when we're done with, I think, the hero section. So this is what we're going to do real quick. We're going to try to reduce the size of this, and then we can proceed. Right, so we'll go in there and let's see if we can reduce the actual size. So width, let's do 6 rand. Okay, so that gives more like a better clarity of that. Probably 6.5 would be nice, I think. Right, so 6.5. Okay, 6.5. Why not do 6.8? Well, this is me just basically eyeballing to make sure we have proper flow. Okay, that's good enough. All right, so now we're done with the first section and we try to move on to the hero part. Right, so let's create the initial skeleton for the hero section and we can easily proceed. So what we're going to do now is to create our section. We don't have it, but we can definitely create it. Come in here and create a new file and call it hero section. So try to export it. This is what we have. So what I normally do, it's more of a custom here, is that I actually create all the sections before time. So yeah, let's create other sections. This has to do with the collab section or the logo group, whatever you might call it. Okay, so React functional component export. So we have it there, and then we have the support or partner. So you can just create that into its own separate section. All right, so just have to populate the initial mobile applet, and the next one basically has to deal with features, right? It's basically features. Let's create a new file and then call that our features. All right, and yeah, so we basically have that. So the other one has to do with benefit, but I think there's a little typo there, but it's completely fine. We could just call this the benefit section. All right, so we basically have to populate this real quick. Right, so one of the things I think was a mistake here, support our partner and our features, right? So this is supposed to be sufficed section, so we know what we're dealing with. feature, yeah, feature section, a little typo I think. And then we have the support or partner. This is definitely section 2. So ideally what you do is to grab the name and have it pasted in the right place, right? And yeah, so that gives us a proper clarity. And then we have the last one, so basically I have to include that as well. For a new file and call it the footer section. Okay, so basically I have everything listed. All we have to do is to try to break them into the actual component. So 2 we'll go with hero section. So 3 will go to the collab section. All right, and yeah, so basically we have the, I think, support. So let's say this support our partner thing. Support our partner section. And then we have our features, I think. Our features section, and yes, for the benefits section. And finally, we have the footer section. So this is like the highlight of the entire components needed. So quickly, let's get the hero section up and running. So you have to zoom in a bit, and we open up the hero section. Let's close out every other file that's not of use. So we have the hero, and this definitely is a section. So basically I have 2 divs for either sides of it, the left side and then the right side. So the first one can basically have some text, an image, text, and a div, right? So text, an image, text, and a div. Right, so the div contains an actual button and the view demo button. So we can basically have this into separate divs. All I can do, have that. So the text is actually get started. G is in capitals. Right, and then we have the little play icon, and then the view demo itself. Okay, so this is the structure, and let's play with the actual content. So maybe we can just position this by the side so to be easier to move in. So first we are right. So what else? The actual image, I think. So we'd want to do slash images slash, I think, stylish underline .png. Okay, so that's actually the stylish underline. And let's make sure that we basically have that S stylish check icon, stylish. Okay, we have it, so that's good. So the other content is this. I can grab it and put it right here. Right, and then what else do we have? We have the get started, display icon. So you could just call it the play icon. Images slash the play icon. Okay, so we already know that this can actually be, it's actually a flex, and the gap is not that much when you do gap 4 or gap 3, right? And yeah, so let's look at what we basically have. Okay, this is what we have at the moment, and we do item center to align that vertically. So the width here is actually 10 rem. So over right, you see that it's 10 rem in width. So we can actually add that as part of the button classes. Right? So that gives the button proper shape, I think. So the button radius here is a little bit different. It's large, I think. So we just want to do rounded. So we'll paste that thing basically in, and let's see what we have. So the height might actually be affected as well, 3.875. Okay, so it seems like it's too big for some weird reasons. Yes, but it's okay. Something that we can obviously like reduce, and let's do 2.8. Okay, yeah, 3.2. Okay, so that's fine for now. That's fine. All right, so now let's worry about. So this is actually the left hand side, and then we have the right hand side. So let's put that into perspective. So I think it's more like overview or Kai credit, I think. PNG, we have the auth. So if you take a look at it, you basically know that this guy with credits. So this is basically the the large guy we're seeing on the other side. Okay, so this is what we have now. So the very next stage is for us to align it together, right? And to align it, we basically have to make sure that everything is well positioned, right? This is an extremely large font. So what we can do here is to give it a class. Have it selected, and you can just do text and paste that font in. And we already know the width here is 700. Right, so that's 700. And the line height is a little bit large. But we can copy it for, 4 million devices. So this would be the line height. Right, so let's see what we have. So the color, let's see if we already have this color. This could be the dark color we saved. Exactly. So if we just do text in dark, that will give us the actual color. Okay, so now let's worry about the distance between here and here. 1.87. Okay. So here and here is like 3.13. So okay, it's 3.13. So what we're going to do here is like you just do my for the top and bottom. So that'll give us a proper view. So now let's do this. This is the font size, and the font weight is like 500. Okay, so let's check that out. Okay, it's coming out as expected. So the very next thing is we need to align both the main button and the actual stuff. So let's say the distance in gap 2.81. Okay, so basically have the proper gap in there. And now let's flex column gap of 8 and the flex row. Justify between. So now this gives us clarity of what's actually required. Alright, so for some reasons we want to make sure that the width of this is not too much. So let's use this as the max width. The max over here is like 34 rem, so we can grab that. So you just have paste that in, and at the same time always make this grow to grow, the passing flex scroll, so it covers the entire site. So our arrow section is coming out nice, as we always do. We always try to give spaces between the top, the left, and the right. So if it's small, we're supposed to have it. Yeah, so if actually it's a small screen, we're supposed to have maybe text 2 SL, something like that, right? Something around there. So 3XL. Okay, so we're not seeing now. We have to fix that real quick. So we can actually pin this, and yeah, we'll go to the page. So we want to make sure that we group all of this into its own kind of container. So what we can do, so let's do foreign on both sides. Okay, so let's make sure that nav by itself is taken foreign. If okay, so 41 pixel, is that exactly foreign? So one way to find out is to divide it by 16. 41 divided by 16. Oh, it's like 2.56. So let's try that out first. Okay. Okay. So let's do this. Let's undo that real quick. All right. So now, I will just make this 6. A couple of things I need to take away from there to match the exact same. Okay, so that looks very matching to me. So go back to the arrow, and yeah, so basically I have this. Could this be the issue? Let's do this. Okay, so this we definitely like spin it across board, which is fine, not bad I think. Okay. So the guard, we have the flex grow. So let's take that off as well. So one thing we want to check out here is why the max width keeps breaking at this stage, right? And we already know that it's row and justify between. So let's give it a full width, right? So that's not really doing much. All right, so there we go. The issue was basically setting width here, so it was causing some sort of overflow on the side, I think. So I had to basically like take it off and it started working. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to, make this arrow. Yeah, we need to set some sort of like margin top, for a small screen. So we can do this. We just do MD. So for a much more small screen, MX can just be 4. Doesn't really matter, right? Then we want to worry about the actual margin top. Let's just 16. Let's start from there. Okay. Small device 16. So can do this on medium. So for small devices, we can do 32. Okay, so that makes sense. So you can say that it's coming out well as expected. Okay, so this is good. And yeah, there we go. Here we go. So one thing that we might need to a little bit worry about, I think the spacing in between here is too much. Could be because of my screen, the same spacing, but it looks too wide. Okay, so that's it. And we need to put in these overlays, right? It's extremely important. So both the right and the top left. So how do we do that? We're going to start, by actually putting it around here, I think, right? So we could just create the overlay. It can be created here. Just create a div. And it's going to be an image. Specify your source. In the out, you just say top right gradient. So we just do /images /. So we could look for the top or the gradient shape. We have it in 2 cases. Oh, that's fine. That's the gradient shape right there. So what we're going to do is to write that same name in here. So gradient shape.png. Let's see what we have. So you can see it's coming out well. Okay, oh, that's good. So we have to absolutely position it. So we have a couple of them, right? So we have 2 of them. We'll paste it here. So for the first one, so we need to make sure that main at least is relative, right? And this can be absolute. Top 0, left 0. So this will actually want to put it, at the other side. So let's comment this out to check if everything is working as expected. So absolute. Okay, so this is relative to the actual container. Okay, so top is 0. What does bottom 0 mean? So let's check that out. Scary because it's in the inverse, I think. Right, so we have to like morph it. So let's do 5 rem. Let's take it, to the left part. Let's refresh this. Okay, it's not moving. That's because the size is too large compared to the actual container, most likely. So it's always very problematic when you want to start dealing with issues like this. Let's do button 8 and 16. So what I would do is to not use this shape. I'll better use the one I exported earlier, which is something like this, right? This is way better. Yeah, so let's grab this and use this as like top right gradient. So rename that top underscore right gradient. So let's drop it in here. Okay, so this is coming from the top right, which is way better. Top right gradient. Okay, you can actually see that it's coming from top right. We just need to make sure that, oh, I see what's actually affecting it. The navigation basically has the background, so it's conflicting with what ought to be expected. So you're going to go in there, select it, and zoom in, fade in BGY. So you can obviously remove that. Yeah, you can see that it's coming right through. So the background really affects it, and we want to fix that right now. So you can copy that out. So we can just remove the background so it can actually be transparent, so that we can have our little, styling coming on from the top right. So we might obviously need to position this a little bit, I think. But it's going to be less of a worry. Sorry about that. This should be in page, I think. So let's use the gradient shape we used before. So this one is moving here. So the bottom 0, left 0. No, not really okay. So we'll just undo left 0. So do the top right gradient. Okay, so this pushes the gradient to the top left. This is more of the top left gradient actually, not the top right. That was a mistake. So I think I will just have to rename this. Top left. The same to apply on the pages. Top left. Okay, so we have the top left gradient, and the one on the right though is something we have to worry about now. So select that and export. Okay, so have this, rename it to the top right, so delete the top right. So rename this to the top right gradient. Alright, so this is it. I'm going to make like a replica of what we already have, or just change the left to right and left to right. Okay, so let's see what we have. Okay, not bad. So let's push it down, I think. Okay, so that just gives it the proper kind of shape we were anticipating, right? So now what we want to take note of is the gradient is on top of this guy. We don't want that to be. So what we do is to make sure that we set a much more proper z-index to the actual hero image. So you can come in here, look for here, we just set a very high z-index. So you could do z10, okay, which is okay. All right, so that actually brought it on top of the actual stuff, right? If you're wondering, this didn't work because this is not a valid z-index value. This could be valid if you put it in like a square bracket, right? So we just use 10. 10 is decent enough. All right, so now we basically have this flow, and let's see, the gap between here and the top isn't that much. Yeah, which is okay. What we have basically denotes that, right? Okay, and then we can actually check it on mobile. Okay, so everything still works. Great. So what we want to do is to what's it called, the logo group section. So let's have this done right away. All right. Okay, so nothing much here, but what we just have is the actual section, and then we have a couple of divs, I think, just one little header and a div that contains all our images. Right, so we can just grab this name here and we paste it right here. So let's give it the actual size. So it's actually from 700 in width, and this is the color, right? So let's see if we already have that in our scheme. Yeah, we do. That's definitely text dark. Okay, so let's see. All right, this is it. And oh, now I see. The little stuff is actually above a couple of other things that we obviously didn't want it to be. So what we are going to do is to make sure that this hero section at all times is on top of everything that has to do with those icons. So we could just take this away from here and say Z10 right there. So that should fix it. Okay, so that should have fixed it. For some weird reason it didn't. So what I would do is to put it here and check it again. Okay, so now it's fixed it as completely as expected. Okay, so let's get a list of all the icons. So normally what I do in cases like this is to form them to some sort of array. Just call them logos, or much more explanatory, company logos. So give them some sort of ID, let's say from 0 downwards, and the path. Images slash. So let's do it from top to bottom, from left to right. I mean, is on splash underscore logo .png. So we're going to replicate a couple of this. The other one is Notion. So take this off and replace with Notion. So So make sure the ID is actually self-incrementing. Okay, ID 2. The other one is intercom. All right. ID 3 is actually Descript. Okay, can remove the X on it dead. And then the fourth one, Grammarly. So it's actually like 5 logo out. Oh, start from 0 index. That makes sense. So what we're going to do is to loop through all of this and just display them. So what I want to display is source. So yeah, so the source basically has to be the logo dot path, right? So we basically have all of them here. Okay, so what we're going to do is to, yeah, we can actually do this, put in a grid or some silly things, but what I normally love to do is to make sure that they are, in a div. So make sure we are setting the right key, right? Okay, so then we can basically display it as flex. Yeah, so we have to position them right in the center. Justify between. Okay, and one other thing that I normally love to do in this case is for smaller screens, we want it to wrap, right? So we just do flex wrap. Yeah, that should give us much more proper view, I think. Right, so we need to add some gap. Okay, so the Decrypt logo looks a little bit tarnished. Oh, that's the way it is in the actual design. All right. So yeah, that makes sense. On small screens, we see that everything's still, coming to the picture, which is a good thing. So we just do 4. All right. So now, what is the distance between here and here? That's 3.81. rem. So let's check it out. Okay. So now, what is the distance between here and here? I think 8.13. That's quite a distance. Okay, so what we're going to do is at this section, so my, both top and bottom, just set them to 8 rem. Okay, so make sure that text is positioned at the middle of it. So this will position at this middle. And now, so I actually get this question a lot, right? So I think I should remove the what's it called, the styling in extremely small device, yeah, to prevent distortion. Yeah, so they're not really like required in extremely small devices. So I go to my page and do hidden. env block. So you do this for both of them. This to allow mobile to have much more consistent flow and no weird stuff going on. Okay. Ideally, let me close out the tabs we don't need. So we basically have the logo group now. So let's worry about the support section. Right. So let me close the things we do not need. Okay, right here. So this is a collab session. This is the one we just did. So close it out. Okay, support a partner section. Okay, so here it's actually a section. So let's fix that real quick. This is a section, and in this section, we actually have a couple of things we want to worry about. We have the left side and then the right side. Right, so on the left side we have okay, let's build the left part first. We have a paragraph, so grab all the text here and we can just paste it in here. Right, and yeah, so this is basically the font size. All right, so text, you paste it right in. Oh, sorry about that. So paste it. Oh, I lost track of what I copied. So I'm going to grab it again. Go to the editor, want to paste it in. Right, and then the yeah, so this is test dark. Test dark, okay. So the font width is actually 600. So this is 600. And yeah, that's very decent. So we need the other part, which has to do with the other paragraph. So grab the text, everything basically, copy it and have it pasted in there. Text and custom grid, and yeah, so that's pretty much what we want. And at the bottom we have other stuffs, which is more of a div. Right, so we have a div that contains two other divs. Right, so it's like a small section of its own. I'm just refer to it as a subsection. So it has two divs. So the first one basically has that's the image slash images slash fullstack png, but we just call this fullstack and close the tag. Right, and then when we have that image, we also have other stuffs, a little paragraph of this text. So you can copy that and paste it right here. I made this strong, but we'll basically have to follow a better semantics. Right, so you could just call this span and change the font weight to bold. Paste it right in and class font bold. Right, and what else do we have? So basically I have editor bricks. Right, so we can actually come in here and group them all together. Flex column. So gap between here and here is like the gap distance is 1.12 rem. So we can grab that 1.12 rem. So you can easily grab that, and yeah, there we go. And let's see what we have. Okay, are we missing anything here? No, we're not. But one issue I'm having here has to do with this, I think. Oh, is the margin top. Okay, so that should be in the arrow. Yeah, so I think the is it the hero section? Okay, let's check the pages. Right, so all these MX could have easily been, you know, or so the top has to be padding, not margin. So this could easily be P, sorry, not hot. Right, so I think that should fix it. Why it doesn't? MX. So what's becoming problematic here is this div. So let's comment it out. Okay. Oh, it's displaying as block. Oh, we just okay. Maybe hidden, then absolute, I think. Let's say hidden. It would still be hidden, right? Okay, so absolute. Let's check it out. So bottom or top 0. Oh yeah, exactly. This is something I wanted. I think we are getting it right. Okay, so I think it was just a matter of setting the bottom to top. Yeah, that will fix it. Okay, so let's quickly go back to what we were doing. That's the stack component here. We're building this out. And to support our partner, yeah, we are here. Right, so we know the gap. We know the image we are passing in there. So let's make sure we wrap this in an actual div. So we'll not be having box issues. Right, so yeah, that fixed it. So what we're going to do is to basically start, worrying about how they are positioned, especially this. Right, so custom grade, but font here is 700. So do font 700. So text custom gray. Okay, so that gives us much more better clarity, I think. So we just have to maybe replicate. So everything is like bold, but different color, I think. This is like the real board. Yeah. So font put 700. So let's put that 700 and see what we have. Do we have 900 in this font? Not really. Yeah, so I think this font bold, maybe font medium or semi bold. Yeah, something like that. Semi bold. Okay, yeah, something around that. Great. So we can copy this and paste right in here. But this has to be half star and 4.8, then chain analysis. Okay. So yeah, so all the thing we've got to do is we need to change the alt text, I think, in the image. Okay, it seems like not full star, I think. Okay, yeah, something like that. So now we can actually group this section into a flex. about 4. Exactly. And we want to give it a proper spacing in between. So before we do that, we need to worry about the right element. Yes, this guy is on the right. So what we're going to do here is to basically just have an array with the icons all spelled out, and then we can loop through it. Right, so we can come in here and say, this is more of a features to support our partner all over the world. Okay, so let's call it features, it's fine. So we have the ID, right, we have the title, there's a comma there. So we have the title as the publishing, right, we have the actual description. So we just grab it from here and we include it within the string. So we'll copy it and just duplicate it. So the ID has to be 1. And the title here is analytics. So the description here in this case, so ID is 2. So the title is engagement. And then we have the description. You can copy it here and replace it. So these are our features. This makes perfect sense. One thing we forgot to add is the icons or the icon path. So you can come in and say icon path. So we can do /images / publishing, I think. Publishing icon, exactly. Publishing icon. So whereas we have the analytics icon. Alright, so we can come here and just put analytics icon. Right, so we need the one for engagement as well. Let's make sure that is spelled right. So we have the engagement. So we have the engagement icon. So we basically have all of our features. And what I want to quickly do is that on the right hand side, we're going to create a very little card, something very small. So we'll loop through each of them and include it appropriately. So features map feature. So we can actually work this into a div. First off, let's give it a key. Feature.id. Right, so this is the div we're working on, and then here we basically have another div that covers the image. Right, so this is the alt. Sorry about that. No, not all caps. Oh, okay, alt. Okay, so we can actually call this the feature icon, and then the source has to be from the icon path. So you can do feature the icon path, right? So this is okay. So the other side we have a div with 2 paragraphs. Feature dot title, and obviously we have the description. So now the font for this is actually text custom gray. right? And the size, so 1.125 rem. So why this on the other end is dark with this size. Okay, so yeah, so what else do we have in this? Not much, so we just have to maybe position it. So the gap in between is very small, 0.63. So let's see what we have so far. Okay, so let's refresh this. Yeah, so let's go. That should position it properly. And then the distance between here and here is just 1.31 rem. So what we're going to do is to have a class here, flex 1.01 rem. Okay, that's pretty much decent. And we can come in here and flex justify between this row. Ideally we can just do flex colon small screen. So and then we always go to specify some gap, right? So that's okay. All right, so one problem that we might be having here is, let's make sure that this component is way above the other components. All right, so it's still way below the actual stuff. Okay, yeah, this should be above it, of course. Right, so we can grab that. So we're working with the actual stuff. Yeah, so because this should have its own background, which is different from the rest. So we could grab it here and can add it real quick. Okay, which is okay. So I have to make sure that this index is really massive. Okay, so it's still, for some weird reason, on top of it. Right, so what I normally do is I can go to the page itself and make sure that the z-index here is, for some weird reason, just reduced. Right, let's see. Okay, it's still right there, and we don't want it to be there. Okay, so let's worry about that. Oh, -10, I think. Okay, yeah, that makes perfect sense. Now we have access to, yeah, so it's actually way behind the actual skeletal flow, which is okay, which is nice. So we can grab all these items. Yeah, so the same thing we can do for the other gradients, which will fill the ones on the left. Okay, so now one problem we might have here is the fact that this one takes the entire width of of everything. So one way for us, we'll have to break the support and other feature out of here. So give it its own maybe section. So copy that. So we paste it in here. Okay, so that gives us a better view. And yeah. So there seems to be some sort of issue with, okay, we basically have to apply padding and we'll check it out. Okay. Yeah, so what we're going to apply here is something similar to what we already have, right? MX whatever, right? So I think it will have worked. Just so you know, if we maybe used px here, let's try that out. But that's just padding. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. Still moves it. Okay, so the previous method we used is completely fine. Okay. Alright, so we can grab all of this section part and have it in a separate subsection. Right? So we can now worry about the distancing. Right, so we can come here. We can do this. Let's try that out. Obviously it won't work, so it has to be done independently inside of the actual component. Go to support, come here, we can easily just paste that in there. We don't need this guy here. I just do Z10, it's fine. So Z10 is completely fine. And we'll grab what we basically have here. So grab this, paste it right in here, and we can add it there as well. Okay, so px, yeah, exactly as required. This one on top like 3.75. Okay, this one between here and here is like 1.88. First one. RAM, and this one between here and here, here and here is 4.56. Yeah, 4.56. I see that. Okay, so that's going to take it to the bottom first. Alright, so let's check the other divs. So we can actually give it some sort of width and height, so it has much more proper clarity with limited content. So let's give it width. .75 RAM. 475 rem, and then the height, same thing. Okay, so if it's not coming up, could be the way it's been set up. You can just do this. So you can take this out. Right, so the width and then the height. Yeah, for some weird reasons, it's not really doing well with the others. So let's call this flex. Not sure. It doesn't really play well, but I think it has to do with the excessively long content we have here. It's pushing it away, I think. Let's check this out. Okay, so here gives us like better clarity. This is like each of them individually. So let's make it grow first of all, because this gives a better clarity of where it should stretch to. And let's go back to flex. I see. It starts having issue immediately we want to position it that way. Team center. Okay, so let's see if we take this off here, if we still have a much more coherent design. Let's see. Yeah, we do, for some weird reason. So we can actually give a gap here, I think. So what we're going to do is already column, and then the gap is in between. I mean everything basically. So we could just do flex gap 5, and it has to be flex column, right? Okay, so if you take a look at this one, it might not really be an issue, right? But it becomes more of an issue when we add the image to it. Okay, we add the image, becomes a beast. Exactly, when we add it here, it becomes really problematic. So one thing I think we can do is to add it by the side of it. So let's create a div. Yes, let's look for this separately. So let's leave this out. Okay, something seems to be missing. Okay, let's grab it. So in here, we already know what we want. So yeah, we just need this guy. Okay, yeah, that should work. So just wait for it to reload. Alright, so now what we have to do is to give it proper spacing in between. Right, so you can say margin bottom. You can do 8. right? And then on top 4. Not sure how that will turn out, but let's see. Okay, 6. Almost the same, right? So we have to worry about responsive angle of it. We could as well just remove it for what's it called? For smaller screen devices. Becomes a real issue again when the screen shrinks. Okay, so this we actually call, okay, this is what we can do. For large devices, we can display it and hide it on smaller devices. So we have hidden. So large devices, block. All right. So this should give proper clarity, I think. So yeah, and okay, so yeah, that makes sense. Though it's still strings. Let's see if we can set the width. I doubt. But let's see. For RAM. Oh, we did. We can. Okay, can set the width. That's for RAM. And you pass in the foreign, into it as well. Yeah, we can actually, that makes perfect sense. Yeah, so I think this just makes sense. Adding small devices from medium devices upwards, we can always display it. Alright. Yeah. So yeah, so medium devices, we might want to like push it in a way to the bottom a bit because it's not really aligning properly. That's just one weird way where they show you run it so when using this kind of approach. So let's see, let's open on the big device. Oh, okay, it's like this. Let's see what we have. Okay. Okay, so let's see how this would be on a much more smaller screen. Not bad, not really bad, right? So I think from medium screen downward becomes a little bit of an issue, I think. But apart from there, it was pretty much decent. So what do you think? I think another cool way to achieve this is to basically just display it absolutely. Right, that would be way better than yes, that would be way better than having to have it shrink all the time. So we can have it here, right, and maybe remove all of the margin bottom stuff. So yeah, maybe this part. Okay, so let's shrink it. Oh, the shrinking has been solved by us setting the width. Of course, it was solved without we knowing it. Okay, so now all you have to do is to basically give it a proper margin, right? So gap. So let's check the gap in between. Between here and here is like 1.31. Yeah, that's what we had before. 1.31 RAM. Okay, so let's check. Okay, very good. Very good. So you can see that it's coming up well even in medium devices and in large devices. Perfect. Perfect. So that section is up and running. And let's see if we have any other thing missing. Yeah, okay. So the other thing we might worry about is the actual spacing, right? The spaces here seems to be too much compared to the spaces here. So let's add more spaces to the right item. So let's do 4 rem as gap. Okay, so that's not bad. Not bad at all. It's publishing. So this looks thicker. Yeah, I think the font size is bigger, so let's fix that. This has to do with the publishing, the title. Yeah, okay. Yeah, the title wasn't coming through properly. Okay, very good. Exactly. Right there. Very good. Okay, so now we'll move on to the very next section. This is the features, a feature section. So we'll just play around with this and we should be good to go. Okay, so let's go to what we have. Right, so we can close this out. And we already have this settled. Feature section. So this is the main section. Right, so first off we have some weird the first section, I think. Yeah, so we just give that a div, give the paragraph. So we're going to paste it right in there. So we have another paragraph, I think. We extract the contents here and we paste it right in. And then we have a button. Main button. So the text here is like get started. So we can actually provide some classes and we can close it off. So this is border radius. Right, and then we have, this is the width and then the height. Okay, so let's see what we have. Not bad. Not bad. So what we can do, the height is too much here. It's completely fine the way we did it. So let's see our test dark. So we're going to add a couple of things to it. Okay. So I'm going to add a class. This is the font size. Let's make sure that's selected. This is the font size. Yeah, this is the font size, and then the font weight is 600. Right, and I think test stack. Right, so that's okay. These are the ones to do with like is the font size and the weight is 500. Okay, so what else do we have? Custom gray. Okay. Okay, custom gray. So then what else do we have? We have the get started button. So we just have to make sure that they are all positioned on the fly. Flex column, gap can be 4, flex row. Okay, so let's try this out, and we have to make sure it is aligned vertically, the item center. Okay, so yeah, we can actually play around with the gap, give the gap 2 rem. Gap can be 3 rem, right? Yeah, 3 rem gap basically creates kind of, stuff. So you can reduce the leading in the actual big test. Leading can be 3, right? So it's 12. Okay, let's do 10. 12 seems to be too. Oh, 12 doesn't exist. Okay, 16. Alright, let's do 12 again. 10. So 10 exists, is 2.25 rem, so I can just grab that and do 2.9 rem. Okay, so that is pretty much okay. Alright, so that was decent. So small screens, you tend to sit this way, which is okay. Right, so this text can be MD, just do text to Excel, okay, or 3SL, doesn't really matter. 3SL for small screens. So it comes up a little bit bigger, which is okay. And then what else do we have? What else is missing? Yeah, so we need to worry about the images here. It's more like a card. So we have kind of, a group of them. So we just have to reuse the cards everywhere. So what we want to do is to basically pass in our content in here. So we can actually call these features as well, right? So you can come in here and level const features, passing the ID 0, the title, collaboration teams, the image path / images, right, / collab, I think, C collabo.png, right, and then we have the little description. Right, so we can just grab this and paste it right here. Let's update the ID and then the title right here. Put the title, and this has to be the cloud, and then the description has to be updated too. So we can grab in here and just put it right here. Oh no, oops. Put it right there, good. And let's grab the last one. So the ID is 2. The title here is Data Analytics. So images is actually images.daily, I think. So then we'll put in the description. Okay, so that just sets the ball rolling, and yeah, so this will actually take us to the next part, right? So we've just done the initial div, so let's do the other parts of it. So you can create a div. So let's loop through all of this. Features map. So they have our features here. Okay, so that was an issue. So let's quickly fix it. Feature. Open your bracket. Right, and what I want to do, it's very simple div. So you will just do flex column 1.88 rem. Rem. So yeah, don't forget the key. Feature. So the ID. And there we go. This will be our image. Sorry about that. Oh no, if I can spell. So now basically have to put in the display image, right? Doesn't mean a lot, so I could just put in the feature URL part, feature dot image path, and paragraph, feature title, and lastly we have feature the description. Okay, so let's fix this. So this is the size and the weight is 600. So the width is basically 600 and top and bottom 1.88 and 1.8 remish. Right, the description you can just have text custom gray. Okay, let's check this out. All right. So the one thing I've issues with is that the distance is way too much. So we have to adjust the distancing. So let's do 1 rem. So let's just remove that. Since the image itself basically had some sort of gap by default, and yeah, we can work with that. And one thing I want to do is to make sure that everything is well grouped and positioned, right? So what we can do here is that we can display 2 on a medium device or 3 on a medium device. Well, all 3 can just fit. So let's say flex, right? So let's justify between gap width, justify between. Okay, so all 3 can basically fit. Let's check for medium device. There we know. Okay, so that makes sense a lot. What we can do is actually do flex column medium, flex row. So this should position it. Okay, so once I make sure that it's actually at the middle, So this is a column item. So item center. Okay, so justify center. Okay, so column means it's going to render. Oh, separately, I was in the wrong part. So first column, basically I have the items. So that's for the first one. Justify between and item center. Okay, something like that. Something like that. Right, so maybe the gap does not have to be. Yeah, just have to be sure that nothing is breaking. Check it on a larger screen. Okay, so yeah, so it can actually spread to the very end. Okay, so this is okay. So medium devices still very much fine. Yeah, it could actually be positioned at the center or position left. So this center is way more better than left, I think. So let's make it grow. Let's see if it can grow. Okay, so it can't really grow. It's as fixed width. Okay, so let's give it some gap. Sum between here and here is 5.75. Okay, and then yeah, so here itself between here and here is like 8, right? So here's your 6. It seems to be too much of white spacing. Okay, so this is it. Basically I have it there, and that's it for small screens. Okay, doing great. Impressive. Yes, we're doing it. Alright, so one thing I've noticed is I've not really included 2 features, and I think into here. So basically I need to group both of them together. So maybe cut this one, this stage. So our feature and benefits. Oh, we've not really done benefits, so it's completely fine. You can grab this. Okay, so that will give the spacing left and right. Okay, so that's pretty decent. Let's make sure that the mobile is still looking good as always. Okay, good. Okay, all right, so what else do we have? Yeah, we have the what benefits will you get. I think I should just fix this typo. Go to design mode and spell that out correctly. Back to dev mode. All right, so let's do this. Right, want to position all of this. So there's a section. So basically I have some title. Probably we must have used a similar title before now. Yeah, the one we used in features, I think. Can just grab it and use it again. It's not really reusable, but it's completely fine. Right, so let's go look for it. Hero, I think it's collab or support or partner. Yeah, something like this. So we have the div, and then we have another div. Right, so that could have our title. So in this case, this text, and within there we have, a couple of stuffs. Right, so we can actually look this in an array, just an array of whatever benefits. So benefits, what we're going to do here is to grab each of the benefits and just render it. So paste it in, and lastly we have the online transaction. We can paste that in as well. And this is something that we'll be making use of here. So we can say benefit, and can just be an actual divs with an image source, images / sources check, icon .png, and the out sources check icon. So it is actually an image tag. Right, so the actual benefit, so it can actually be a flex cap of 4, flex colon. So let's see what we have. Okay, so chances are we did not get the success check icon correctly. Success verify, we mean the check icon. Okay. Oh, static check, I think. Oh, not this one. Check icon. Not sure where that must have gone. Oh, green check. Oh, this one. Okay, so rename, get that name. Go back to our component. Not sure where we were. Gosh, I can just like search through it. Then go to the page. We are here and right here. One of the things that changes here is the font size and then the width. So the width here is basically 500. Right, so test dark. So now what I want to do is to make sure that there's a space between each of them and has like 2 rem. So gap it. That was like 2 rem equivalent. Okay, impressive. So then on the right, let's display our actual image. So images, okay, so not really sure what our image is. This guy credits. This is like the overview. We actually exported this. Not sure the name we gave it. So let's go through it, and it's the user icon, on splash logo. Okay. Publisher icon, Notion logo, front full star, me icon, engagement. Oh, benefits. Okay, so it was actually called benefits. So come here and just change that to benefits. Alright, so what do we have here? There we go. So justify between gives us a proper clarity of what we want. So yeah. So what I want to do is to make sure that there's a gap, on top of it. 8.12 rand. Could have easily, reused this, but it's completely fine. 8.12 rand. Right, so let's check the mobile version. Okay, completely fine. Okay, very good. So we have now a proper setup, with our design, right? And this is gone. So we have to worry about the footer. All right, so let's quickly work on this. Okay, so what we're going to do is to populate a couple of stuffs. Right, and that has to do with we basically setting up what we want and some of the tests, raw tests we are seeing right there. So go to the footer section, definitely section. Right, so let's see what we have. We have 2 divs basically, nothing more, nothing less. So this is the first, and this is the second. So in the first, it has like a logo. Big ass logo. Right, and after that we have only 2 paragraphs. So we can easily just grab it and paste it right here. Yeah, I think this is like custom gray as well. So text, custom gray, font is 500 more bold, and text 1.125 rem. Okay, so this is actually now the typo there, and then the input. So I think we already have some sort of input, but I can just grab it. So input from UI input, right? I think we already have some sort of common inputs before now. Yeah, but it's more of, we're trying to go through it. Yeah, so let me check my forms, login. Yeah, this is like an input we have, right? So you can actually pass in your start icon. Okay, that's completely fine. So we have the input there. You need to specify your placeholder, which is this. And what else? Yeah, I think that's completely fine. So we will do a couple of other things, right? It has to be relative. So we have a div with an image. Okay, arrow right icon. Okay, that's it. This is it. So I can just grab the name here. It's too long. PNG. Absolute. Top 0. Right 0. Let's check that out. Okay, arrow right icon. Yeah, is in the right path. So the height of this stuff has to be 3.75 rem. So you can give it a class 3.75 rem. So we just do 4, push it in, and top can be 2. Okay, so that's almost at the middle. So once I actually make sure that we are padding away from the left, it shouldn't get over it like this. So we need to add some padding to that input. Right, so padding right. Let's try 4 rem. Okay, so 7 rem is mostly for medium devices. Right, so well, I think in all devices it doesn't really matter. 7 rem, too much. Could do 6. Yeah, something like that. Or 5. Alright, something around that nature. Okay, so we have lastly, I think, yeah, we can have this here, doesn't really matter. Go grab it and add it to the other div here, say paragraph. So this is actually white, and font is 500, so this is white. Font 500. Text 1.125 rem. Alright, so let's check it out. So it's going to be there. We might not be able to see it. That's fine. So footer background. Let's put that here. Page footer background. Okay, so top is like 7.69 RAM. Doesn't have to be accurate, so yeah, so basically I have that, and the size as well is like 8 RAM, so we can just like 4-5, right? So px, let's try 4 first. Okay, .88. So this is actually 1.88 RAM distance between, and this guy from here is massive, 4.9. Just use 4. Oh, I said 4.5 RAM, around that range, right? So that's pretty decent. And here the input is actually rounded. So the body radius for these inputs, we have to extract it, and then there is some sort of border too. So grab this, rounded, so be it transparent. Change the background. Alright, so now this grayish, so custom gray, so text. Custom gray. Alright. So what we're going to do here is the ring focus. Right, so it's not going to be like this, but it's completely fine. I think that's the default one as well, right? So it's completely fine for us to leave it like that. Okay, so one thing I noticed is that this icon is very close to the bottom, but ours is far off. So let's fix that. So right can just be 2. Okay, something like that. Okay, yeah, there we go. Everything in here is like 2.5, right? So 2.5, right? Alright, so this is okay. And one other thing we need to maybe worry about has to do with the right hand side. Okay, so let's fix that. So this is the left hand side, this is the right hand side. So right hand side basically has like an header and then some text. Right, so this could potentially build some sort of links, right? And go in here, grab the account information, grab the about, then grab the contact us. Okay, so we have to basically style this. Text white, font is like 500. This should have been the default text size, right? And yeah, to text that. So basically that does it for us. So this same way is what we should have done here as well. But in here, we have to be, I think, careful. So this text can just be custom grade. Okay, so what is the gap in between here and here? 1.25. Right, so we just do flex. Let's from 1.25, right? Okay, so that's okay. Alright, so I want to replicate this for the others as well. Alright, so basically I have the app and solution. Talk to support documents, system status. Okay, so let's sorry about that. Oh, system status has to be here. COVID response. Okay, and lastly, we can grab this, paste it here. Product. Object. Security. Beta test. And the pricing product. Grab it, put it right here. And now we have the 3 divs, and let's play around with them. Flex, let's go on gap 4, flex row, 65 between. All right, let's check it out now. Okay, impressive. So we have to now position what we basically have, the 2 containers. Let's give a space in there. Flex. And the flex column. Flex column small screens. Flex row. 65 between. Position the full width. Okay, so this is something we have, and it's still skewed to the right, I think. Yeah, so we have to make sure they grow. So let's inspect element first. Let's see what our these basically have. So when you go over here, you can see that there are lots of gap in between, right? So we want support to grow. So what we'll do, we can easily add let's grow here. Ideally, I think that should solve it. Okay, so let's go didn't do much. Oh, it did. It did. All right, so as you can see, we have to make sure that the gap between here and here is still very much steady, right? So yeah, we need to like gap here. Like a minimum gap, I think. So maybe Could do gap of 10 RAM from medium devices onwards. Okay, this pretty looking good. The mobile is fine. Let's check other screen sizes. Okay, right there, very decent. Right, so we have a much more proper flow of how it's going to be. So they're very highly responsive, and that's wonderful. So quickly, we want to give a spacing between here and here, 14.18 RAM. So what I will do, come here, margin top 16, for 3 RAM for medium devices. Okay. Okay, so let's check this out. Okay, you can see that it's coming out as expected. And it's looking very clean. Okay, so that is very okay. And this gives us more clarity on what's to be expected, right? And yeah, we've come to the end of the landing page design, right? So we already have some, if you've used the starter template, we already have some pre-built template for both the login and the logout. This is basically very easy, so I'm going to take you guys through it. But what I'm going to do is when you click on login or sign up, you have to be redirected to the pages we created. So let's do that real quick. Let's go to the navigation. Let's close out all this. I'm going to close this out as well. We go to navbar. Right. So this login takes us to login. What about here? Action. Router. So basically I have to maybe write a function and do sign up navigation. Right, so we could do that. Go here and just create this little function. So we need to bring in our hook, use router hook. So use router. So once we import this from Next, so I want to do a router, the replace, let's push, right? Where we're pushing to register. So when you click on that, it's going to perform this action, and this should just link you out basically. Right, so let me copy this as well and add it to this other one. Okay, so let's go back. So we are here, click on login, we are taken to this page, which is wonderful. Go back again and click on sign up. Okay, clicking on sign up doesn't do anything. Well, it does, but it takes a while. That's crazy. Click on sign up. Okay, yeah, this actually happens when the page is loading off, obviously. So yeah, basically I have the login, the sign up, and the login, sign up. So basically we'll go back to the actual design while I walk you guys through the actual code for the auth screens. So in the auth screens, we're actually integrating API to communicate accordingly, and yeah, we'll try to discuss this in a moment. Okay, so like I said, so we're going to basically look through what we have here. and the goal is for us to be able to have this all properly designed, right? And we're going to switch this straight to dev mode, and so we can basically start the flow from there, right? So first off, we need to create a page for it. We don't have that yet. So app, and just come here and call it folder. Just group it properly. My road, right? So you can as well just come in here and just create right? So anything slash home, we obviously do our routes. Okay, so this will be the home page or the dashboard. So just call it the dashboard. So whenever we go to localhost 3000/home, so this should actually bring us to the home page actually, right? So wait for it to compare real quick. Okay, so we are there. So it's actually complaining about each child in a list should have a unique key prop. So let's check wherever we're looping. There's not a chance that we're not passing in the key prop. So we can check that real quick. And let's do anything.map. Oh, right here we don't have it. So we can specify it. Key. So you can do. Sorry about that. So benefit.id, I think. Oh, benefit does not really have, it's just an array, so we can easily use the index here. So we can pass in the index as the key. Right, so let's go over to the company logos part. We already have a key here. The features itself, we have a key. The other features, we have a key. The toasts. Oh, this is not our function. Obviously, there's a key, right? So that's not really fine. So this should, let go of the error. So just refresh, and obviously the error is gone. So now we are in here. We want to quickly draft this in, right? So let's start it. So we can as well have its own, it's going to have its own like layout. It's basically a dashboard. So, but then this is just a single pager. So we can easily just drop them into a separate section. Okay, so we can actually call this dashboard after. Right, so we can put this under, I think, components and comma. Put it right here. Okay, so there we go. We can easily, import it in here. And there we go. We should be having that bad guy. Okay. So now the other section we need to worry about is these cards, I think. But then let's build out what we have here first. Okay. So now what we normally do is we already have an avatar and some sort of chevron. So we can just create two divs for both of them to be more consistent. And obviously they're both images, but then we can actually use the avatar component coming from Shadcn. So we're going to quickly grab that. Okay, so let's grab the avatar. So we don't have it installed yet. So what we're going to do, we're going to quickly install it. Right, going to make a duplicate of this so we still have our server running. Okay, we can easily just paste it in there. Hit enter. It's going to start downloading the avatar component. Okay, so since we're there, we can easily just grab all of this, take it right in here, and the actual avatar component, paste it in the first part. Okay, so this is okay. And secondly, what we need is this chevron icon, right? So nothing much really, doesn't really do anything in this design, but we'll just add it. So img, we have the source, then we have the chevron down, and let's just slash images, then slash check it public images. We should be able to have the chevron down icon. Okay, don't forget to add the extension png. Alright, refresh. Okay, it's coming right well. So let's check the width of this. The width of this is basically this, so you could just grab it here. Right, so it seems that the avatar image basically should have its own width, I think. Okay, lost track of that. Let's copy it again and have it pasted. Okay, that's not really moving it. That's weird. Let's refresh it. Okay, let's see why that is so. Let's check the API reference. Okay, so we have a couple of them, right? We need to focus on the ones that are relevant. So let's spawn code, image, this is source. So this is the, it's taking the class. So let's obviously check the class first, if that works. So you can come in here and specify the width right there. So we're gonna grab all of this and paste it right in there. Okay, so we can remove this. For some weird reason is acting distorted. Not really. It doesn't really work well. So let's do a quick search for this. How to size Shadcn avatar. Nothing useful, honestly. I think this avatar component doesn't really expand for some obviously weird reasons. So let's say we take this and we'll place it in the actual component. Oh, okay, let's see. Does this take in size? No, it doesn't. Width and height. Okay, so it doesn't really work well the way I wanted it to, right? So what we can do, we can just take it off and use the actual image or whatever, right? So we can easily position that to match our use case. So grab all of this. Okay, so what we're going to do, we're actually using another component, React Avatar. This will allow us passing name, and this name will be the actual image of the avatar. It has its own numerous props as well. So I think we should just start by installing this. So we can actually grab this part. Okay, so we can come in here paste it in. So meanwhile, we can actually like remove, we can leave it probably or use it later on. Okay, but then let's have it installed. Okay, so now I want to bring this in. All right, and then we basically have to bring this other one in. Okay, so let's do that. Let's see what we have here. First this. Okay, super expression must either be null or a function. Not sure why we're getting that. So let's install this as well. Fresh. No. Let's run that again. For some weird reasons, some packages doesn't really work well with Next.js and 4.10. So let's see if restarting the server helps. It's more of an extension error than an actual error. Yeah. So obviously this is not good for us. You can as well just remove bots. So npm install this and this. So remove both of them. Okay, so we have them uninstalled, so we can just use actual images, right? Obviously don't know why this didn't work out. Okay, so now we basically included the width and height here, the source. We don't really have a source, so we can as well just take that off and use the fallback. So the fallback has to be the actual name of the user, right? So we can use that, and okay, so that's completely fine. So let's come in here, and yeah, so let's position that and put it in order. So the width here, let's grab the width again. Same thing for the height. Okay, it's very small. Looking at it from afar, very tiny stuff. Okay, that's completely fine. So what we'll do is to make sure we display both as flex and add a gap to it. Vertically align it. Right, so here and here. Alright, so this one is something we can position at the bottom. Okay, so then we're good with that. And one other thing, I think this is not part of the navigation, it's really part of the page, so we can proceed with the other part. Alright, so let's go in here. So we can as well just add it here. It doesn't really too much, right? And, yeah, so just add it right in here. text here we have to vary. Let's put it fine now and verify. So the text is actually primary. Something like that. 700, I think. Okay. And the width and the height. So the width here is not much. 6 point. And then we'll specify the height. Grab this and come in here and paste it in there. Okay. So it has its own like shadow. So if we can get that. So box shadows, we can actually grab all of them like the way they are. Go to our global.css. So we can easily, paste everything in. Starting from here. See the very end. So we can grab that and have it pasted. So I'm gonna copy this class and include it in our classes. Okay, so that is coming out well. So when you override, you didn't do much. So over, finish should still be white. Okay. Alright, so the rounded nature is this, so you can grab it, come in here and specify the rounded and give it a value. Okay, so it's coming out well. So let's make sure that it's actually positioned. End, sticking to the end. This is in here 1.49. Okay, so let's make sure that we have it. Oh, okay, we missed that. All right. Okay, so that's okay for now. Let's grab this part, text part. So I think everything here, I can just put them in one single component. So what we're going to do is to create a component called TypeScript content. We can as well just go to components, common sections. Yeah, call it content section. You can easily put it in here. Create a new file, put it right in there. .csx. So all we have to do here is to basically import it, right? And let's start cooking. So section. So the first section basically has like two divs, I think. So one header and the other. So I'm gonna copy that and paste it in here. Here as well. Everything here. And paste it right in there. And this is actually user rights code for it. Right, and let's give it a styling it requires. Font size here is like 3 rem. So let's have that text. So the font is 400. So let's do the actual coloring. So paste that in. So we don't really have that. It's not a very unique color. So we have two, I think. Yeah, so one is for this part. We can wrap it in a span. And put it right there. So then we have to take everything, put it right within it. And this first part, can basically have the other color. So you can copy that and put it within the span. Gives you more flexibility like this. So you paste it in, and we want to take I and everything here, right here. So yeah, so let's see how that is turning out. Okay, as expected. So let's see this guy. Not sure, this colors looks very different. It's a different design, so it's fine. So you can come in here. Sorry, oops. Text. Oh, paste that in. So the font here is like text. It's 1.5 RAM. Right, so let's check it out. Okay, as expected. Good. So let's worry about these cards here. Right. So these are like dashboard cards. So create a new component for it. So you can definitely add it here. Right. But at the same time, it's already cards, right? It's something that you look through. It's not going to be much of a problem once you have your content. Card data. It's going to be an array of object. We're going to have the icon path, right? Slash images, then slash user icon thing. So public images, user icon, not this one. User out icon. So just grab that name. PNG. Right. So we have the title. Users and count 450. And mind you, this data, will actually be extracted in from the DB later on. Alright, so let's go again. Images. This one is 422 verified. So let's look for the verified icon. V sources verified. Not that one. Okay, I think this one. Okay, style check. Let's grab the name. Yeah, so that's the name. Grab it. And so there's an actual text. Let's make sure this one is capitalized. And we have 350 there. And lastly, we have the channels. So this is just 3. And let's see if we have anything like channel. We have cloud, I think. Okay, we have the channel icon. Okay, so now we already know what we want. We just have to make sure create on div and card data. So you could just call this metric. So it's like it's not like a user metric. Yeah, so user metric is fine. User metric dot metric. So we have all of this. So this has to be a div, and then we might actually have two other divs right within it. The first one basically has image source and out, right? So this has to be the metric icon. Okay, so the source is very easy. Basically metric icon path, and yeah, so on the right we have the actual metric, the title, and then we have metric dot count. Okay, so let's hide the appropriate styling. Here, this is basically the color, so you can grab it there. So it's like one range. So about the count, it's a bit different. So easily grab it. And this is the size. Okay. And how come we're having a splash? So let's see. Not sure why we're having that, but let's check it out. So icon path. Oh, we have a splash here. Okay, that has to be user. Is our icon, I think. Okay. Alright, so we need to position this in the rightful manner. And so before I position, let me just grab the actual boss shadow. So you can come in here. Ideally, if you have your own page styling, you should use that instead of putting it in the global CSS. So we just do dashboard called shadow. As well, just grab the class name. So let's close the things we don't need. Okay, not there. I mean the actual card, this one. Not that one. This one. Say class, then you paste it right in. Okay, it's coming through. It's expected. So now we have to distance between him here is 0.46. Right, so here we can actually give it flex. So let's check the gap in 1.6. Okay, so also this is what we expect. So it's not left for us to position it, across. So let's quickly do that in a bit. Go to the outer container. Class name, flex. Reflex row, Yes, so we just make sure that it grows at least. So it's not growing now. And there seems to be some sort of padding. So 1.25. Okay. Then the next thing we do is to stretch it. They all have to grow. Actually passing it first. Let's grow. So it's going to make all the cards basically stretch. And then we have to give them some sort of gap. Right? So we can just give them a gap of 2 rem. It's not bad. Okay, so I think 8 will do it better. Okay, oh, we can use the system. Alright, so that should be completely fine. Come in here, small screen, we have it stacked. Okay, good. So what else do we have? We have to worry about the actual table. So now we can actually get this from Shadcn's table. So you can just open a random Shadcn. I just use the basic table. Code. So what we're going to do here is that we can just call this. It's good to put this on a couple of its own. Or dashboard table. So normally you can create a new component folder, call it tables, and add this into it. Oh no. Alright, so now you got table. So I'm going to import it right in here. Right, and we can actually bring all these guys in. Not sure if we already have it installed. We can quickly do that. Go in here and paste it in. Okay, yeah, since it's already done, completed. So what we want to do is to grab everything. We need it all. So we're going to just paste it in. So we can call this table. Okay, so this is actually we use more default export. Alright, so let's see how that is coming up. As expected. So we have like 3 rows. No, we have 3 columns: user, joined on, and verified. So we can easily update those. User, joined on, and verified. So you can remove this part. Remove the capture. And here we can just call it users, I think. So you can take this off. Users. So you can just have the name. The name, it did the joined. So we can just remove a couple couple of them to make work a little bit easier. Take this off. So you can just use name here. John. Gender. Alright, so John Cena. So basically we have all of this. That's for the name. The join done can be 15/09/2024. So, and then we find this kind of be true first. So make the first one false. So this way we can just take out the payment method, not needed. So just verify. So you can do this true. So users, then user, we already know that the cell we having is 2 and not 3. So user.name. Okay, user doesn't actually, they normally have like unique identifiers. So what we'll do here is that we can just come here and do -0. So we'll grab it, go back to the next one, ID1, and obviously to the next one, ID2. So can I use that as our unique identifier? So we get a name, we get the try down, and we have it verified. So total, not sure why we need table footer. Take that off. So let's try to refresh this. Okay, what are we missing? Let's say check it out. Table room. No payment status. True. Oh, that's supposed to be joined up. I see. So if you just paste it in there. Okay, so divide kind of be true first. Right, so it's actually true. We can render a separate component. Let's call this a div. And if it is false, we'll render no. Right, so it can actually be a span as well. You can also make it a span. Okay, so if it's true, you just say yes. So the class name here is that we can basically have this inter. So this is the color. So we'll grab it. So paste it in. We lost track of it. We'll copy it again. Forget to include your hash. And yeah. Okay, so that's pretty decent. Not so much. But if it is no, we'll grab this color. And we'll just do similar stuff. Copy all of this. Paste it right in here. We'll change the coloring. And then we'll change this to no. Okay. No. And so we'll run out the hash. Let's see what we have. Okay, so this for some weird reason is incorrect. Alright, I should fix it. Okay. So these are the things we will be having. And yeah, so one other one is the class name. We don't have to. You can as well position everything in the middle. So yeah, this will give us the table of choice, right? And yeah, so what's left now is to basically give the spacing between here and here. So I'll go back to the page. Now the dashboard content in here, I think. Yeah, so the magic can basically happen here. So here to the top is 3.69. Here to the bottom is 5.44. Okay. 3.69. Don't forget to add it in. Okay. Yeah, that gives us a better perspective. Okay. Let's make sure that it still works on smaller screens as expected. So now we need to give some spacing in between. So spacing here, here and here. Yeah. So we want to just know the space between here and obviously the end. So it still is not properly aligned as well. But then what we can do is to give it a matching padding on the side. So we can go to page, come in here, do MX, MX4, MX8. Okay, so we could just do the M4, M8, both top and bottom. Let's try 16 out. Okay, that's pretty decent. So for the top, it doesn't need to be far off. So this is definitely going to be empty. No, MX for the side, and empty can just be 4, something like that. Yeah, something like that. Okay, so I'm going to 2, so we have some spacings on the bottom as well. Okay. All system. Okay, so we've come to the end of the dashboard layout, and that is one great thing. The very next thing is for us to start integrating in the actual APIs. Okay, so quite a bit. I've added a couple of the things we might be needing in the next section, and yeah, of course, I've actually gone ahead to work on the actual dashboard, right? So, but one thing I want to do now is there should be a way for us to basically look out, right? I think that's one functionality that's missing, and we can add that real quick, right? So let's see how fast we can do that. I think Shadcn basically has its own popover component, so we're going to go over it to see if it's still there, right? So P like popover. Okay, let's check the drop down menu. Yeah, something like this. I think something like this should do it. Okay, let's see the popover. Yeah, more something like this. Okay, so what we're going to do is to just we copy it, and we're going to install this real quick. Paste it in here. Okay, hit enter. Just going to install the popover component, and then while it's actually installing, we can actually go ahead to integrate it. So now this is going to the component we're going to common dashboard navbar And yeah, right here, you can paste this in here. And what we want to do is this, right? So it has to be triggered for some weird reason. So we can actually do this in here, right? So what I can do is to have it paste in there. So this will actually trigger whatever we have here. So the content can just be simple logout. So now this will actually be the actual trigger, right? So we can grab everything here, paste it in here, and here we'll paste it in there. So that will be our actual trigger. Let's see if we're doing the right thing. Okay, so okay, you can see the logout is coming up as expected, but the positioning has been distorted. You have to reposition this to make sure we are on the right track. So you can just easily grab this one, you don't need it here, right? So we can have class name specified, flex, and make sure it's positioned at the end. So you can grab that and have it pasted in here. Okay, so we can refresh real quick, and okay, we should be good to go. Right, we should be good to go. So let's see if we can play with the width of the content itself. I think so. Let's say width 200 pixel. Okay, that's decent. So 100 pixel will have it. Okay, so that's good. Right, so logout should basically just take us to the login page. It's going to do a lot of stuff. But then what I normally do here is that I just create a function to help us undo the logout. Right, so on click is going to, basically, call that function. Right, so now we can actually bring in the router here. The router, use router, and we're going to take it from next navigation and router dot push then slash login. Right, so we have to perform other actions here. Right, so perform other actions before you log in if it's successful. Right, so let's check it out. Okay, what are we having? Oh, we basically have to convert this to a client component, of course. So we can actually specify that on top. Okay, then click on here, then log out. So click on logout, and for some weird reason nothing is happening. Oh, it's actually, Next.js is very laggy sometimes, it's very laggy. So basically I have to integrate in progress to make it faster. So let's go back to that page. Right, so what we want to do here is that we want to actually make sure that once we are actually redirected, okay, so before that we just specify cursor pointer here, go in here, and you can say we basically have that later. Okay, that's good. All right, so now what I want to focus on is actually go to the actual landing page. Let's make sure most of the things are linked. Right, so login takes us to login, sign up takes us to sign up. Let's check it out, get started. All right, so let's see this. I'm going to copy this random text, paste it in here, paste it in here. So this is it, and this is the main button. Oh, we didn't have the action, so I just specify the action. This client directive and undo register. Undo register. Okay, so it's actually two things. You can wrap the button in if you want. but I just prefer to always do it this way. Okay, so let's have a router. So yeah, this should be coming from Nest navigation. No, router. It's the router, the push. So I want to actually push in the register. So yeah, this should be our action. Okay, so we'll click on get started. It's going to take a while, but it's going to get here. So one thing I would love us to basically implement would be the Next.js in progress. But I think this will come later on. Anyway, we're able to finish off what we're doing, right? So just to quickly check, make sure that my sound is still on board. Go to system. So sorry, I'm just doing some checks basically. Go to home, system again, sound. Okay, all right. So basically, this is just me basically increasing the sound of the mic. Yeah, I think I forgot. Okay, so now we are here to basically link the APIs, right? So what I've done on the backend, I've actually created a couple of APIs for us to work with, right? So I'm going to close out everything, and on your app folder, you can proceed by creating the API folder. So this would be API routes, right? Similarly, how everything on the app is basically a route. When you have an API on the route, it's definitely an API endpoint. So now we can actually have the login. This is the route for the login. So when you go to /API/login, it's going to redirect you here, right? So this is it. So what we're doing here is basically very simple. We're using Zod to validate our input using the login user input validation. So I'm going to open this up a bit, and you can see what we're doing. We're validating the email, and we're actually validating to check for the mean size, to make sure that it's actually a valid email, and then we're validating the password as well, right? So we're specifying the minimum amount of characters as well as the maximum, right? So this is for when a user tends to basically try to log in, we try to make sure that this validation comes into the picture. All right, so if there's actually an error with the validation, it's going to return this. So I've created a custom error response. This will be responsible in handling all our custom errors, right? So while this, on the other hand, will be responsible in handling all our success response. So the data can be anything, the message can be anything the user specified, right? And the code can actually change as well. So default is 200, right? So you can change this to anything. So it's something that you can basically reuse. I do this literally in all my projects. It just makes you to have much more of a consistent flow. So now, if there's any failure whatsoever, so I'll demonstrate this real quick, right? So I'll go to login user. I'll come in here and just put in, probably don't put in the email, just the password, send. So this is definitely a validation error, and let's see what Zod will return back to us. You can see what we are getting. We are getting name Zod error, and we say the path email, it is actually required, right? So it didn't actually receive anything, but it is required. So that makes sense. That means our validation is working as success as expected. So let's remove the password field and send. So you can see we have similar stuff. So let's remove maybe everything and send it. You can actually see that we are not passing in the right thing. So JSON is actually expected. So when I pass in correct values, it's going to connect to Prisma, and so when successful, it's going to give us a token. So now I'm going to explain the rest part. So now we're actually checking if the email already exists with Prisma. So what we've done is that I've set up this local DB. This is from the documentation, of course, Prisma documentation, right? So now you basically use this it created some sort of singleton wrapper. What this is doing is it creates a single instance, right? So if there's no instance, it creates a new one. But if there's an existing instance, it uses that instance. So instead of creating multiple instances, it just creates one and reuse. Right. So that's good. So once we don't have an existing user, so we just say that, oh, error response, this is the message. Remember, this is the message. Message is user with this email does not exist. And then we have to specify the code, right? So the code is like 400. So that makes sense, right? So now we move on to, once we basically have a user, when we get to this stage, it's actually known that we already have a user. So now we need to generate a token. So to generate a token, it's very easy. So first of all, we basically just, find that user. So you can actually remove this line or pass in the actual user object, but I just like to have it here. So we try to find the user by that email. Then we'll use bcrypt to compare the password with the hash that the user has already, with the encrypted password they have on the DB, right? So when we compare that, if the match comes up to not successful or there's no user, we return invalid credentials. But if it is a valid user and the password matches, we'll definitely, we'll create a new JWT token. So we can actually do this by using the sign method and we pass in the expires in. So it can actually be 1 hour, 2 hours, or whatever. So ideally, you can just put this in a shorter lifespan, like 15 minutes or 30 minutes. Right? So this will actually generate our token. And meanwhile, I will actually explain the validate token part. Validate token is very straightforward. What we are just doing, we're trying to verify the token with the secret key we have in our process env. So in our env, this is the actual env. In the env itself, so you can actually see we have the JWT secret. It can actually be anything like this, right? So it doesn't really matter. Why the database URL is basically what you got from Prisma, not Prisma, Superbase. You can actually use Superbase or whatever managed service you want, or you can use the local server as well. So I'm using Superbase for this. So you click on here, you're going to have databases. Right in here, you can see we have a lot of stuff. So definitely there should be our user model or whatever. We already have all of this created. So now one other thing I would mention is if you want to get the actual the actual configuration of the database, you want to click on project setting, right? You want to click on database, and then you see that URL. You can see this is the database I'm using, right? So you need to just specify the password you use probably when creating it out. So when you create a new DB, they're going to provide you a password. You want to copy that down, and when you get here, go to the URL tab, copy everything. So this is what you will now paste in here with your actual password, right? So this is what we're using now. You can actually, if you have pgadmin, you can set it up locally, and that should work for you too. Okay, so back to what we're explaining. That explains we're trying to verify the token, and if it's successful, we'll return the decoded token. So now we'll go back to our DB. I think the token, yeah, and then the route. So this is how we're able to generate the token. So once we have a token, we just return that token alongside the user ID. So when I try to log in, send, you can see that we have the user ID, and at the same time, we have the token. So we can now reuse this token to make subsequent requests, right? So now this is for the login, right? Makes perfect sense. So let's talk about the register. So I'm going to close out the other tabs. Yes, so basically what we are doing in the in the register, we're taking the email, taking the full name, and then the password, right, from the body. So we try to validate this with Zod. If you notice, we are using one validation for both the front end and the back end, right? For both the client side and the server side. So we're using the same validation just to have a much more consistent flow. So you can see that this is what we are doing, taking the full name, taking the email, very similar to login as well, and then the password. The only difference is that we have the full name implemented as a minimum length of 3 and the maximum length of 50. Okay, we'll go back to route. So once we are able, we can see that we're using Zod to save parse. This prevents it from throwing error. It just gives us, if it's successful or not. So if the validation fails, it returns an object. If it's successful, it returns an object. But then the only thing that changes most of the time is the state of success property. If the success is true, that means the validation is successful. If it is false, that means it has failed. So this is what we're doing for the check, just similarly what we did in login. And then this is what we are looking for the user. If there's an existing user, you want to return an error and say, user with this email already exists. I'm going to show you guys that real quick. So go to create new user. This user with this email already exists. So let's try to send it. You can see we have the exact error here, right? So user with email already exists. So this is that error, and it's actually a 400 error. Makes perfect sense. So now, once that is successful, we want to make sure that the user hashes his password. So we can get hash from bcrypt, right? So we're going to hash our user's password with a sort of 10, right? And what we normally do is we specify, the hash password. So once we have this, we want to pass this to the password field, randomize. Okay, so now the user basically has its own model. You can go to Prisma, go to schema.prisma. This is where we've set up our model, right? So if you want to actually do it for the first time, you want to follow these commands, right? So first off, you basically want to install the Prisma, the Prisma client, right? So you can actually do this by doing this. Then you can actually install, just follow the order the way we have it here. You can install Prisma first, then initiate Prisma, then try to migrate. You can actually use this if you're doing it for the first time. Or for example, you've made some changes to this. Say for example, I added a new field. So let's call this new field. So new field is an integer, right? And for us to be able to have this, you can just use this to basically migrate your changes, or this. Right? I use this most of the time, right? So, but if you're doing it for the first time, you're trying to initiate your project, this is the command you use to run your migration. Okay, I'm going to undo that real quick. And then, you use this to basically install the Prisma client. The Prisma client is what you'll be using on your server side to communicate with Prisma, right? So this is what we basically have on our DB, to communicate. So this Prisma is what we're using, like Prisma.user, etc. So this is what we'll be using subsequently, right? So I actually have this. Follow this flow. This will allow you to basically set up your Prisma successfully, and then there's the link on how to set up Prisma schema and all those stuff, right? So now if you run this and you initiate your project, it's going to auto generate this part of the file for you. So you don't need to input it manually, it will just auto generate it. Okay, so you can see that the user model, we have email field, we have the full name, we have the is verified, we have the password, cost randomized channel, created ad, and updated ad. So these are the fields we basically have. And we actually have email as unique. So this will actually help us later in trying to check if to prevent users from entering existing email. Okay, so this makes valid sense. So what we want to try doing now is to start integrating the API. So I can actually go to the forms. So I'm going to close everything out and go to source. Go to library, not library. Go to components. Go to forms. Go to register form. So what I've done before now is that I've actually integrated the API itself. It's very easy. The process is very simple. So one thing that we are using to leverage this is that we have a new service called API service. So this API service is responsible for making API call. So it's basically very simple. What we're doing is that we're using fetch. We're not using Azure because it's a very much simple project. We're using fetch to basically achieve this. So we've created this service so that it can be reused later on, and we have this custom toaster that helps us to toast, errors here and there, right? So an error occurs by making the API call the title. So we could just call this API service error, right? So that makes sense. So what we're going to do, go back to register form. We're using Zod to validate on the front end, as I said earlier. So you can see what we basically have here. This is where we are specifying the use form hook with our default values, right? So this will be our form, and this is what we'll be passing here later on. This will allow us to link it up properly. So now what we have here is that we have three inputs. We have the full name, we have email, and then we have the password, right? And then this main button will be responsible for submitting the form. So literally anything that has the type submit will be responsible in submitting the forms here. So maybe you can just create a button. So it can be anything. But as far as it has the type of submit, it will be responsible in submitting this actual form, right? So that is the way it's going to be. So I'm going to undo that real quick. Okay, so you can actually see what we're doing here. You can see that on submit we call this function undo submit, then on submit. This on submit is what the function we have. You can see we have some loader, so we can be able to keep track of the loading spinner. And then we actually call the make API call service with the API route, right, with the method and as well as the body. So if it's actually successful, we return a toast that shows restriction successful. Then we return the actual message coming from the API, right? And then we route the user to the login page. So we want to make sure that we disable the loader to stop rolling, right? So all of this is basically very simple. I'm going to demonstrate them how they work on the actual application. So what we're going to do here is I can just create name, James Mozzini, email test@gmail.com. So the password can be anything, probably the one I've used before. So let me just grab any fake one. That's our password, and you can click on register. So this is going to make an API call, and yes, so seems to be having some errors. So I'm going to check out why this is so. An error call by making the API call. Unexported token. This is not a valid JSON. Okay, so let's see why that is happening. And put this to, let's dog this to the side, I think. Alright, so how do we dock it? Okay, to the left. Network. Okay, so register. Let's see. Oh yeah, that's because the endpoint has changed. It's no longer /register. We've changed it on the actual, like I said, when you go to app API, everything here is a route. So it was used as before, but now it's now register. So we should be communicating to API/register, right? So let's refresh that, and I just send it. So it's trying to make request to register API now. You can see that it's pending. You can see that it's successful. So user created successful. Kindly proceed to login. Very good. So you can save that. You can see the response from the successful response. Let's do this. You can see what we have here. So you can see we basically have this verified. We have the hash password, randomized channel. We just generate random numbers for the channel. Doesn't really matter, right? So we basically have all of this information coming from the backend. You can see that we have a much more consistent kind of data structure here. So we have meta, we have the data. So this is very consistent across all our APIs. That way we don't have to, worry much. So you have a very nice tool here that is responsive for both desktop and small device. You can close it out as well, right? So that is it, and we just created a new user. And one thing we want to do, we were redirected to the login page. What we want to do here is that we want to be able to log in. So I've not implemented the login functionality yet, it doesn't work. So I'm going to take you guys through the ride of integrating the login part right now. Okay, so we can just pin this, but we're using most of the things there. So go to login form, right? All right, so we can just create this loader, add it to the state. You can add it anywhere, doesn't matter. And what else we want to do is to make sure that we are calling the API itself, like this. Think all of this on the onSubmit block. So we have to import this. Okay. Login sources, we direct to dashboard, I think. So we have dashboard /home. So router is not here. We have to import and make API service. Router on the other end. So this needs to be an async function as well. So router, we'll fix that real quick. Router is equal to use router. So we want to bring this in from next navigation. Please be very careful here. Right? There's use router from next router, and there's use router from next navigation. This is the one you always focus on, right? So this is the one you always focus on, not the other way around. So you won't have unnecessary errors. Okay? So we want to make sure we import it. So we want to do here router.push home. So what we want to do here is the actual login. So now we're actually using generic here, so that anything we pass in here will account for the actual response. So what we're going to do is to go into here, and this is the create user response. We need a similar. You can take that and paste it at the bottom, the ones that are important. Okay, no, I'll leave it there, and yeah, copy this, and let's make something similar, meta, and this will be login user response. This will be creating type for what we are expecting from the actual API. So sorry, login user response data is going to be all of this. But then how do we get this? You can actually go to login, right? So you can see what you are getting here. It's just the ID and then user ID and then the token. So you can come here and say user ID string and token string. So this would be our actual response. So what's missing there? Let's see why it's complaining. So one property declaration will have the same type. Okay. Oh no, of course. This is login response. Yeah, login response. So this is what we'll be passing to the login form. So we missed an E there. So we'll include it, and we'll come in here, paste it, and import. So this will be what we'll be getting. So if it's successful, do all of this, right? Okay. All right. So now, if everything goes as expected, we need to make sure that this button is submittable, and at the same time, its loading can actually be this. Okay, it's submittable. Okay, so now I think we should have a much more consistent flow. Let's check it out. So we'll try to log in. Let's look for obviously what we have here. The email and then the password. So what we're going to do is to grab password we have here and paste. So it's going to load it and try to log into the server. So you can see that it was actually successful, and then we get this. So let's fix that. We don't want it to return the email and the password. Let's give it a much more proper error message, success message. So let's go to the top, and we want to remove all of this. So we can copy everything we have in the in the sign up, or just the description part. And I can take it here, login. Okay, so let's see. Make sure we're not making issues. Oh, yeah, of course. So this is the toast we're waiting for, and not this one. So you can take that one off, because we just needed one toast and not multiple. Okay, supposed to have this when the user logs in correctly. Meta success. So let's try that again. Answer this. So the email, the type here is supposed to be text and not password. So let's fix that. Type text or email, doesn't matter. And the type here password. Okay, so we're going to refresh that. Alright, so let's try to log in. Okay, so user login successful, and everything is coming up as expected. Alright, so you can easily close that out. So now we already have a couple of things linked. So we have the login, and then we have the sign up. One thing we want to worry about is the logout. We want to be able to log out and do all those stuff. But then we need to fix the login. When the user logs in, it now has a token, right? So we want to save that token to the local storage, right? So if you check the login data, it basically has all of this, right? So instead of doing login.response.meta.sources, we can actually do something else. Here we can save to local storage. Local storage dot set item. Okay, and we want to set it to whatever we are getting from here. The response dot, not meta now, but dot data. Dot data and dot the token. Okay, so this will save our token locally on the DB, right? So let's test it out and make sure it's working as expected. So let's go to inspect, go to application, local storage, and just clear all this out, right? So let's try to log in. Okay, you can see that our GWT token is coming in as expected. This is wonderful, right? So now this token is what we'll now use to make API calls on the actual dashboard, right? So let's do that. So you can close this out. So now what we want is, okay, so before we move on, let's worry about the logout. So logout basically clears the token, and yeah, so let's do that. Okay, so let's go there. Let's go to login. Yeah, our sections, common, dashboard navigation. So logout and the logout. So it's going to go to logout and we want to clear the token. Storage are clear. So you want to just clear local storage, or you can just set the token to null. But now, for the sake of this tutorial, let's just clear everything we have on the local storage domain for on local storage for our domain, right? So that works. So you could do that. It's going to clear everything. So let's go to inspect application. You can see that we do not have the token, so it's completely gone. So you try to log in again. So we have the token. We try to log out. So the token is gone. So very good. Very good. So let's log in again. So let's try to link everything here to the actual API. So one thing I would love here is my channel. Let's have the total number of channels I have listed as well. I think that would be nice. So what we're searching, yeah, okay. What is the channel 50? So yeah, so basically this will actually show our channel count, right? So you can put it here. So it will not complete so much. Let's just do 50. Okay, so this means I actually have like 50 channel or whatever, right? So this channel is basically the randomized channel I created way back on our model or user model, right? So let me show you guys the schema. Go to Prisma, go to schema to Prisma. You can see this randomized channel. It's just a random thing. So if you see where we are creating it when we're creating the user, right? And I think when we're creating the user here, we just generate random number and put it there. So just generate any random number between 1 and 100 for us to have, our channel, our total channels. Right, so that doesn't matter. So what we want to do is we can go back to here. So we want to try integrating the actual API, right? And the way we do this is always start from the parent component, right? So if, for example, we are looking into dashboard, this is the API. Let me close everything out. Close everything, open it up. Okay, so open this up, close everything here. So go to source, go to your app, go to dashboard, go to pages here. So now we notice that we can basically work on a couple of all of this, right? As well as the dashboard content section. So this navigation basically adds the user profile that we might be passing way down, I think. Yeah, alright. So we can actually go to the navigation and make some API calls, I think. So we can actually make an API call here, and we can make an API calls here too. So go to the navbar. Let's get the user profile. So now when you're making an actual API call, you want to, actually use the use effects hook. Right, so you can actually, what I normally do, async function, fetch, right? So you can just call that fetch, doesn't really matter. So now we can actually use a wait inside of this async, and we can make an actual API call. So what we're going to do, it's very much easy. We're going to grab the exact stuff we have right here. So now what I normally do is that I set loaders, like preloaders. So you can come in here, set in some preloaders. So by default, this should be true. So when we are done, we can easily just set it to, so try catch. So set it to false. Similarly, you can actually copy this and paste it there. When you're done, set it to false, right? So now what we're going to do is that when it's actually loading, we need to use Shadcn skeleton to denote a loading state. So we don't have that now. Let's install it. So let's look for Shadcn skeleton. So we have the skeleton here. This is what we'll be using. It's very handy. So we're going to copy this and we're going to go in here and install it. Okay, so this is going to install the skeleton component. Okay. All right, so now we're done. Want to grab this and paste it right here. And we want to try to modify it. It doesn't really matter. It's very easy. So for skeleton, one piece of advice is always make sure the skeleton you are displaying matches the actual width and height of the the actual component. You get it? So now this is what we're going to do. If it's loading, we want to display the skeleton component. Yes, we'll display the actual component. Right? So now let's make sure that everything is in order. Okay, so the width and the height here is basically this. So you can just grab something similar and use it. Right? So if you want to test it and make sure it's coming out the way you want it, just make sure that rounded is full. And let's quickly send this to not loading. So let's see what will come up. You can see that this is what you'll be seeing in your actual skeleton. So this will denote that it's actually loading, right? So you can change the color if you want, but I think this color just matches it. It's completely fine. So you can remove this now. Just make it go back to the actual color. So now what we want to do is to fetch the user information. So what we're going to do is to basically use the same service, right? We want to come in here, the try block. So the API we're using to fetch user profile is this, right? So API /dashboard/user profile. So you can have that imputed here, and let's import this. And then the actual response from the API has to be typed. So you can grab this all and copy it. And what I normally do, I use this quick type to easily generate types. So it's very handy. So it's going to load up and we're going to paste our JSON in here, right? So we can just call this user profile response. I think. Yeah, so you can now copy this. You can actually see, make sure that you have interfaces only and verify JSON parse results at runtime. So we can grab this and go to our typing, go to index and paste it here. So we are not really exporting this. So what we need is going to be user profile response data. Right, so you can come in here, user profile response. Then we'll pass in this as the actual data. Right. So there could be a way we can actually extend this to prevent reusing meta all the time. But this is just completely fine for the sake of this lesson. So paste this in here and we import it. So this is going to be our actual get request, and we're not passing in anybody whatsoever, right? So we'll just try to, console this out. Let's see what we are getting, and then we can proceed. Okay, so let's go back. Let's inspect. Let's take this here. Go to the network tab. And refresh. Okay, so this is going to load. You can see that the user profile is coming in correctly, and then their token is being passed to our headers. Now this is coming through because what we've already set in the API service, I think. You can see here we are saying that if there is a token in the local storage, add this as the bearer. This is what we are seeing here, right here. right? So that makes perfect sense. And I want to explain one thing about Node.js. Node.js typically on dev mode, they actually render components twice. That's why you see that this API code is being called twice, basically. So on the live server, you will not experience this. You're going to make just a single API call. This why Nest.js basically does this is to basically test for any form of effect, side effect, right? So this makes your application much more robust than it normally will be, right? So this is the response we are getting, and this is the actual data. So this is the full name, right? So let's pass this to as our avatar on top. So come in here, go to the navbar. So we already have our response. So what we're going to do is to basically set this as a state const user profile say user profile use state, so it can be null or right, or we can actually it can be just or not, right? So you want to set that to the response you're getting. So you copy the response and paste it right here. So it's complaining about some issues. Void is not sent to type. Sensitive action. It's not. Oh, it could be. It's always like this. Let me just do this. So let's try that out. Not really coming up well. Let's see. Let's check the error again. Argument type void or this is not response, also give us void. Oh, void, not null. Might not return anything. Might just throw an actual error. Okay, so let's do this. We can actually typecast it as this. Okay, that should do it first. So that way we are certain that the response always going to, before it gets here, is always going to be of this particular type. Okay, so now you can as well just specify null here. So we already have some data within here, and we have to pass it in here, I think. So let's do this. Optional chaining the response, the data. Okay, so we can actually see all the type coming in, which is very handy for the full name. So let's do that now, and we try to refresh it. So it's reloading. You can actually see that the full name is coming in, and yeah, it's actually displaying the full name here. We just need the first and the last. So ideally, you can just like split by the space and get the first index, I think. So let's see how that comes up. Okay, so the first basically has its own name, right? What I was actually anticipating is that we have the first letter and then the last letter, right? So so we can do that. I think we can use a substring at index 0. Let's see how that plays out. Okay, let's refresh. Okay, so we split and then we're trying to get a substring. Doesn't really work. Okay, I will just try to investigate this and write an actual function for it. Okay, so not that long. So I just come up with this feature, this function to get the initials. So you can easily use that to grab the initial from what we have. So we could pass that in, and we don't need to split, right? It's completely fine. I'm passing the full name, and then we can call it. So let's see, string. Yeah, so I will make it even if it's empty, we still have some values. Okay, it's coming out well. JM actually means for James Martini. That's good, as expected. And yeah, let's worry about this verify me real quick. Okay, I think it's not here. It's not here, by the way. Right. So the verify me part is it was actually in the other page. So that's why I was looking at it. We could have easily put it here since it's basically here. So what I'm going to do is to put in all of the stuff we've done here. So log accept to log out, I think. So everything here. Okay, so we're going to just grab it and we'll take it to the register form. Not register form page. So the idea is to allow us call an API once, not multiple times. Right, so we import all of these guys. Okay, so including the use effect as well. So now this loading stuff, we can as well just pass it as a prop. So if it's loading, and then the user profile itself. Okay, so these are the things we're passing in here. Loading, user profile. Load is actually boolean, and user profile is this. So we can easily just try to import it, I think. So let's see. In here we basically have this. So this is the user profile. So we can just paste it in there. So user. Let's go here again. Yeah. So let's fix this. It's supposed to be I capital letter U. Let's replace it across board. Okay, so go back to your in here. So let's import it. It's already imported, good enough. And what else do we have? Okay, so we have the loading, including the get initials as well. Okay, so it's actually complaining about something going wrong. So let's remove the types here. Okay, come in here and do type props. Okay, so I see. It's like this, the other way around. So it's actually generic type, a type. Okay, so not this guy, just this is fine. Okay, so going to just pass that in. Okay, so this we actually call the API once. I'll remove register form. Let's pin this. This is going to actually call the API once, and then we'll have the actual response. So what we're going to do here is going to be a little bit tricky, right? So let's make sure that this is actually a client component. So refresh this. So it's loading, and then we have the value. Good for us, right? So this is the user profile. We only call it once. One thing we want to pass in now is the verify me. So if it's verified, right? If it's actually false, then we want to display this. So let's check that out. So if user profile response no data dot is verified. So if it's verified, so let's pass in the same something. So in the design, we have this. So verified, we can come in here and, if it's verified, we'll pass it in here. Action does not do anything. And we should be able to add some sort of icon to this button, right? Let's see if our button is really taking in some icons. So main button. Okay, so right icon route, right. Okay, there's no left icon. Oh, okay, I think the left one is the icon route. Okay, so let's try that out. And images slash check out images, public images. So what we basically have here is the icon success check, I think. Okay, so check icon. Okay, like let's check or success verify icon. Okay, this one. So let's grab the name. PNG. So we'll try that out. And this one we basically have to call an API to verify that user. And click. And the verify user. We don't have that API yet, but we'll create it. Right? So we can just come in here. It's going to be an async function. Right? So yeah. So click is going to render this. Okay, so this definitely is the action, not on click. Okay, and the verify user, we'll worry about that later. Let's go in here and let's refresh. Okay, as that the user has not verified, and can be able to verify. Perfect. So let's fill in on this API, and lastly, we'll come back to verify the user. Okay, so what we're going to do is to go to page, right? So we can actually pass in the user profile. Okay, we'll pass in the same thing, right? And as well as the same props. So you could just grab this prop. So you can remove this since we're not making use of the API call. So you can grab your prop, go in here, and paste it in here. You could have just reused it, but it's completely fine. And so here we have the loading, we have the user profile as well. So pass in the prop, and yes, this is fantastic. So what we want to do here is to just come here and do user response data dot. Oh, we don't really have user list for now, right? So this is not coming from the actual API, but for other ones. So we can actually leave that. So we'll create that in a moment. So what we're going to do is to change the name, right? So well, we can actually have a skeleton here if you want, right? So let's quickly have that. So the width is not really that much. So the width can just be 10 rem, and maybe the height can be 2 rem, right? So but then what we want to pass in is the actual user full name, I think. So click on there. Let's just close this out. Okay, oh, we have. Okay, is this too big? I think you guys can pretty much see this completely fine. Right, so let's see. User profile dot response dot data dot full name. Right, so we need to put in the total channel as well. So you can grab this and paste it in here. So if it's loading, we give maybe 5 and randomize channel. So it's actually loading. You can see that we're seeing quite a lot. And this is actually using use effect in this component. We have to mark it as a client component. Sorry about that. Okay, scroll all the way up. Use client. Okay, so but one of the things we want to do with these loaders is that we have to make sure is hydration failed. That's not supposed to be so. But we'll fix it later on. Fix it later on. Okay, let's see. We're supposed to have it on the row, so let's look at that. So we use it flex. Gap 4. Okay, so the same thing we apply for here, I think. So refresh that. Oh, okay. First, we need to our items enter. Okay, good enough. This is something we expect. Alright, so let's make sure it's coming in as expected. So item center flex gap. Okay, so let's see why this is complaining. So expected server contain a matching div in P. Okay, right. This is something that we always, fight against. So skeleton normally has a div wrapper. It needs to be placed in anything div, not a P tag. So the same thing we do here. Anyway, you use skeleton, probably where we've used it in navbar. So let's check it and make sure that it's the required. Okay, it was used correctly there. So when we refresh now, that error should be gone. So we can actually see our loaders. So our loader is coming in nice and clean, right? So good. All right, so now we have to basically link all of this, API to the dashboard. So now, if you check the actual API we have, so let me just remove all these unused imports quickly. what else do we have here? Nothing much. And close this out. Close this out. And this is what you do. Go to the source, go to the app, and you see under the API there is, I think, dashboard folder. So this is like /API/dashboard. Then we have the users metric. So then there's a route for it. So this is like a GET request. So what we are doing here is a very simple form of logic. So what we're doing here, we are getting the token from the header, right? Yes, so we're getting the token, and the token will actually be something of this nature. Bearer. So this is going to be, it's going to be of this nature. So it's not, we still have the bearer alongside the actual stuff, which is okay. So then once we pass this to the validate token logic, so it's going to split it and just the token part, just stripping off the bearer. So this is something we use to basically validate our token, like I explained earlier. So if you come here, if it actually validated successfully, it's going to return the decoded token, but if not, it's just going to throw an error. So basically you can see we have this try catch, which we use to to basically check it out. So if the token is not valid, it's going to throw this, but if it is valid, it's just going to return the actual decoded token. So go to our route, and you can see what we're doing. We're checking for the validity of the token, and then we want to count all the users in the platform. This is the total users. This just do db user.count. This will count the entire users. And total verified users is similarly the same thing you use in count, but here you're actually specifying a search query. So make sure that it's verified is true. These are the verified ones, and the ones that we want to sum all the channels basically together. So you can just aggregate, with this particular sum, then pass in the randomized channel. It's going to sum all the randomized channel basically together. You can see. Let me close that. In the Prisma schema.prisma, you can actually see that the randomized channel is actually an integer, so we can definitely aggregate it. So this is what we're doing here. So total channel is going to give us the total count of the randomized channel, and then when we try to call it, so let's go to here, user metric, right? So bearer, we're already passing in the user's token, then send. So this is going to try to hit the DB, and the JWT has expired, as obviously over 1 hour. So let's just try to log in again. Let's get a new token. Okay, so it's trying to log in, and let's copy this. Go to user metric, paste it in here, send. Oh, invalid token. So there's actually a quote there. Let's check the end. Let's go again. Okay, you can see that in the platform we have a total of 3 users. None is verified yet, and the total channels is like 1, 2, 3. This is the where we'll be calling here, to basically display all this information. So let's go right in, and then let's create those APIs. Let's link that API. So go to page, go to this dashboard content. Yeah, so this is something that we want to be calling right here, right? So there are a couple of ways we can actually do this. We can choose to do it here, or call it here. We can use to call it on the actual page, right? So it's up to us. But one thing that is very steady or common is the fact that they all have data. So what we'll do is to grab the data that they have, and let's create it into some sort of types. It will make our life way much more easier later on. Export, interface, users metric, response, meta equal to meta, and data is equal to, and you can just pass it in. So they have numbers, so pass a number. So that's completely fine. And then what other thing do we have? So for the users listing part, right? So so basically users listing, basically the data is an array of all of this, right? So it's an array of user, perhaps. So what you do, it's still very easy. We already have the user type, which is this, I think. So we just have to form an array of this. We should be good to go. So we don't need to worry about this much. Okay, so yeah, so basically I have those out of the way, and I can go back to here, and here we can actually call this component was used once, which makes sense. We can actually call the API now, right? So let's go to here. Let's grab loading status. So we have to change this to fetch loading dashboard content. So come in here and so load it. So we have to import the use state, and it's coming for us. Good. So and then the same thing, we want to make sure that we can actually call the actual API. So now what we want to do here is that if it's actually loaded or mounted, you want to fetch the API. So we want to come here, have that imported, same way have this imported. Okay, so what we want to do on the other end is we want to do a couple of other things, right? We'll fetch two APIs simultaneously. This will be for the user metric. So this will be the user metric response, right? So let's remove that. And so we need to have that imported. User, okay, I users metric. So the other thing we'll be having, so we'll fetch the other one as well. I users listing response. So we can actually go to the API to grab the actual API for each of them. Dashboard / Okay, so lost track of that. Ctrl C, Ctrl V. So the listing part, I think, is just users listing. Okay, so this will give us an idea of what is required, right? So, but then we can create separate states for each of them, and we can actually grab a state, a mock state here, and we can paste it here. So this one will be users metric. Set users metric. So it's going to ideally be a users metric response. So the other one has to do with the users listing. Set users listing. So now this is where it becomes interesting. What I said before is that we can actually have this, this response data. So, but then what we want is I user listing response. So it's going to be an array of this data, right? So we can easily users listing, use that and paste it right in here. So we can definitely import that, and yeah, so that just makes sense. You can now set the state. See this for the first one, and for the second one, set users listing. Can you set it to this? Right, so we want to make sure that users listing is coming up as expected. Okay, so let's see what we have here, and don't always forget ours this. That's this. Alright, so now we have those, but just for us to clarify that if it's working, let's restart the server. Okay, fantastic. Right, so let's see the metric is coming up successfully. The listing is coming up successfully as well. So basically I have 3 users. These are the IDs and this is all the information. Right, so let's worry about users metrics. It uses to fill our actual data. So this is particularly straightforward. You can just do users metric. Right, so we basically have to mimic this. So what we'll do is to just come in here. Okay, so users metric. Well, it's actually not a map object, but then we'll actually create a map for it, right? So yes, so basically you can do users metric the response dot data dot so all we want to do, sorry, I'll just copy this so I don't have to retype it twice. So we undo. Okay, so basically passing dot total users. So the same thing will happen here. Total verified, and lastly we have for the channels. So this will give us an idea of everything, right? So dashboard content. So users listing. So users listing on the other end has to be for the actual table, right? So yeah, we can easily just pass it in. Users listing. So now we can actually do a couple of things. If the table is loading, we want to actually pass in a sort of preloader, right? So let's use dashboard content, right? So pass it in there. So if it's not loading, you want to just pass it in, and alongside pass in the users listing object, right? So here we have to specify our skeleton, and we'll have to specify the classes for it. So now we can actually give it a very big height. Height can be 20 rem, or we can do a couple of them, right? And just have a div, and you can paste it in here. And the height does not have to be that much, it can just be 10 rem. And the width, let's do with full, let's do a couple of them. So we can do 200 pixel, we can do 200 pixel, and lastly we can just do like 40 pixel, you know, something like that. But I think the entire width is almost very much the same, so there may be no need for that. So the height is something we can just make sure that it's as small as possible. And probably give it some sort of gap. So you can do flex, make sure it's actually flex column, and give it a gap or save it. Right. So one other thing we want to do is to make sure that the user listing type is passed to the actual to be this. So we want to open this up, and yeah, there we go. We can just have the user listing. So user listing hypothetically is actually taken from this type, right? So it's actually this type or null. So we'll go in there and we want to paste that in. So in as much you can actually get that from the types. So let's remove the table footer. It wasn't used. Right, so we have all of this. Okay, so we can just come here, doesn't really matter, come in here and we can just remodify all this information. Right, so user listing is definitely an array, so you want to return an array that does return this object. So what we'll do is the user listing map, right? User so return this. So it's going to be an array that returns an object of this nature. So we can easily just grab this, take this off of it, and have it pasted right in here. Okay, so let's make sure that we're doing the right thing. Right, so user, okay, that seems pretty decent to me. Not sure if we need this guy. Since we do, let's say this is, and this is the closing one. It's supposed to work, I think. Okay, so this is not eyes as metric. It's actually eyes as listing response, right? So user listing dot think response dot data. Yeah, so that definitely is an array, so we can actually get the type from there. So you can just do user ID, set the full name, we did the joined, but then we can actually use some sort of formatter here, but we'll just put it like this first. So whether they are verified or not. Okay, so that gives us the clarity. So users undefined, so that makes sense. So users join done. Not sure these all are working, whether is verified or not. Oh, this is actually date object. We'll just pull this to string first. Okay, so let's refresh this. Okay, so we're not seeing our skeleton, which is bad. Let's quickly fix that. Okay, so that's the in here, I think. Yeah, here. Okay, height, and then the width. Yeah, maybe give it some sort of PG red just for emphasis. Let's see if it's coming up. Oh, okay. I can actually see them. Oh, they're very small. use the with full option. Okay, exactly like that. That's what is expected. So BG custom gray. Let's check that out. Okay, so we can actually use that. Probably we need it to be a little bit a little less of an issue. So let's leave this. So we need to make sure that this thing actually works at any point. Okay, so we can just do true, and then we'll set it to false. Exactly. Yes, I think that should fix it. So refresh. So refresh this. Okay, it's actually loading. It's perfect sense. And when we have all the data, it's going to list them. Exactly. So that's what's expected there. And yeah, all our users are coming into the picture, and this is completely very straightforward. Yeah, just to show you guys, the API we're using to list all the users is very straightforward. So very similar to what we've done before, but then we're just finding many. So then we are selecting all of this. This is to prevent us from selecting the password field. We don't want to be displaying that. It doesn't really make much sense. Right. So this is how we are listing all the users. One other thing we need to quickly work on is an API to basically verify a user. Right. So yeah, so let's quickly work on that. Come in here. You go to your user metric. We have the user profile. So I think we can reuse the same API. But then what we just want to do is going to be a post, most likely a post. Right. So we'll get the user and just update that user. So I'm going to copy this here and change this to post. So we're not expecting anything. We just get the token, and we already know the user from the token. What we want to do here is to update this user. So just want to do the user is equal to await db.user .update, right? So let's see what update basically takes in. So update takes in the where clause and then the data you want to update. It's very similar to every ORM. If you're using SQLite before, it works similar. So we have the where clause, and at the same time we have the data clause, right? So I think this is it. So let's make sure that we're on the right track. The where, right, and the data. So where needs to be filled. Yeah. So where the ID is equal to this. So update today is verified. So true. So we don't really need to do that. So this is the updated user. Just give us back the updated user response. User verification status. Status updated successfully, right? And okay, so this makes sense. What we want to do now is we can go to our code, to our HTTP client to basically test it out. So you can do this, just duplicate the file user and create this. So verify user now is actually a post request. So user profile post, right? So it's just post. Okay, so this is it, and let's try this out. Oh, JWT expired. think we can use this. Oh, it is expired as well. There's one we used before that wasn't expired. I think it's this one. Okay, it's this one. So we can just copy it. Go to verify user. Paste it in there, send. Okay, user verification status updated successfully. You can see that its verified status is now true. Fantastic, right? So now that we already know how to do this, we can as well, just make sure. So if a user is already verified, we will not allow that user to verify again, right? So because it doesn't make sense. So if we are doing that, we need to bring in back the user model. So we need to bring this guy in, and we can bring it in. We can bring him in here, right? So if user, so you just do is verified is true with the same user ID. So yeah, user already verified. So you can easily come here and say if user already verified. What I want to throw here is just like a simple error. Let's see the way we are already throwing it in the login and log out and other stuff. So this is the way we are returning error response. So you can go in here, copy that, take it to user profile, and paste this right in here. Right. So this user has already been verified. This user has already been verified. Right. So this is just a check for us to prevent doing this extra work. So let's test it out. This user is already verified. So, but let's try to re-verify this user. This user has already been verified. Okay. Perfect check. So now that we already have this, it's now left for us to link it. Right. So this one is available in the. I'm going to close all this out. I'm going to go to close this out. Source app dashboard. I'm sorry, page. Okay, so this is under verify user. This is where we call the actual API to verify the user. So now when we verify the user, I want to refetch this entire component, so we have up-to-date information. So what I normally do here is that I can normally set a key to it. So I'll just come in here and call it refresh key. Set refresh key. Use state is actually equal to maybe 0, doesn't matter. So you can come in here. And what you want to do is to call the actual API to do it. If it's successful, then you're good to go, right? So normally, if it's actually successful, it gives us back the profile information, I think. Yeah, it did. So what we're going to do is to make sure we do it very similar to user response. So we are getting the same thing. So here's going to be a post. Doesn't take in anybody. Body can just be this, right? So yeah, so we have to check if this is successful. So put this in a try. Go, and don't worry, we will need to set our own loading. Verify loading. Set a verify loading. So let's make sure that's the same loading. Set verify loading. So by default it's false, right? And so this is try. Always include the cart block. Cart loading to false. So whenever you're done, we'll set it to false here as well. At the same time, we want to make use of our refresh key. Set refresh key to math random, right? So this is what we'll do. We just have to make sure that it's successful before we do all of this, right? So we'll do if response dot so response response, I think. We might be having multiple responses. So let's call this verify response. So verify response dot, we're not getting autocomplete for some weird reasons. We're supposed to. Okay, yeah, okay. The data, but I think dot meta. The sources. Then you want to do all of this. So either way, either if it's successful or not, we still have to set the loader to false. So this gives us proper clarity of what's to be expected. So we can actually pass the refresh key here. Whenever it changes, you should be able to render the default component. Okay, so what I want to do is to make sure that the file loading is passed into this button. Right? So this action is going to perform this action. And yeah, let's check it out. So it's actually loading, trying to fetch our information. PWT expired. Oh, I see. PWT basically expired in all of this. And let's check the response. So the message is this. Our front end should be able to redirect back to the login. So let's fix that real quick. I'm going to copy all of this. And I'll just, for some weird reason, paste it in here, just in case we lose track. So we'll go back to our API service. And yeah, so this is the response, okay, response.json. Yeah, so if the response of message, is equal to this. Okay, so quickly we want to fix this. So if the message is JWT expired, it should be routed to the login. So window the location the replace such login. So I think this should work, right? So yeah, that makes perfect sense. Okay, so let's fix the verified badge. Seems not to be getting what's needed. Come in here, right? So go to the main button. Come on and just go to the main button. So here, the icon, I think you have to make it way smaller. Probably remove the classes. Okay, so yeah, that gives it a much more better shape, right? And so one other thing I want to do is to change, if it's verified, cursor pointer should be disallowed. Cursor, not sure, let's go to here. Yeah, just to check my sound. Sorry about this, guys, because the system, yeah, I want to make sure you guys are actually hearing me properly. Okay, so that's okay. So we just do cursor width not allowed, yeah, something like that. So you can grab that and put it in here. Yeah, so it's already verified. You can click it again. So that makes sense. Okay, so we've really come very close to running this off, right? So we can just go here, try to log out. Let's register instead. Let's create a new user. We can actually Tom Jerry, right? So Tom at gmail.com, and let's give Tom some sort of random password. So let's register Tom. Okay, so Tom is registered successfully. So let's try to log in with Tom's account. So Tom by default says all of this, preloader, and is not verified yet. Tom Jerry is coming up correctly. So we can actually turn to verify Tom now by clicking on this verify button. So verify me. So that is verified. So one other thing we forgot to add there is I think the loader. Oh, it might actually be coming up, but due to the white nature of the background, we're not really seeing it. So that makes sense. So once it's actually verified, that will make it like 2 users that are verified, I think. Yeah, so from here you can see that this and this are verified, and Tom is actually verified, really. Okay, so it's supposed to be 3, so let's refresh this to be sure. Okay, 3, right? So this is what we're going to do here. We need to when you verify, I want to refresh, this entire thing as well as this component too. So you can pass in this refresh key, pass it in here as well. Refresh key is definitely a number, right? So pass it in there, and you can pass it to the actual use effect. So let's try this out with a new user, I think. And before that, for here we need to add some sort of preloaders. They were actually missing. Let's check that out and go to page, go to dashboard content, right? And this is it, right? Okay, this is what we basically are. So if it's actually loading, we need some sort of value here, I think. So we can actually make all of these divs. So if it's loading, we want something similar. So we don't need the class name. If I remove this. So what's loading is more of, when that is loading, we need that. Okay, so I think loading dashboard content, I think. Yeah, similarly, we can do similar stuff here, but it has to be count instead. Take that out, and we also check if it's working as required. Let's nullify this. Okay, so this is like we're having, yes. Okay, so that makes valid sense. So let's log out. Let me try to log in again. So you can see we have our preloaders coming right up perfectly well. So let's go to log out. So log out should obviously take us to the landing page, I think. What do you guys think? Right, so when the user logs out, it should be taken to, the actual landing page. So let me see. I think we can do that. So go to common, run navbar, and just go here. You can take this off, and we should be good. So refresh this, try to log it in. Okay, everything we have the preloaders coming nice and clean, and the logout. So it takes us back to the landing page. That makes sense. Go to login, login again, and you're already verified, which is a good thing. So let's see if we create a new user. Get started. Finnick Johnson. Okay, so let's do random email. finnickjohnson@gmail.com. So, and meanwhile, if you already, we know we're using Superbase. You can actually check your Superbase table collection to see the list of all these users we've created so far. So we're going to wait for it to load. So I'll just show you guys quickly before we move on. So you click on there and go to your database. Come in here and click on this database table editor. Okay, click on the user here. Okay, so these are all the users we have in the platform right here, which is a good thing. And then we can actually add a new password. Let's use the same password we're using. So register. So we've registered this user. Let's save it. Log in. It's going to log us in, and we can see that it's able to view every project within the platform. This is Finnick Johnson. This is the user. This is us, right? So let's try to verify me. So this verify, you can see that this yes basically just changed to yes, right? From no to yes immediately, and this was updated to 4. That just makes sense. And one other thing I would have loved to do here is if it's loading, we can just make sure you can show the loading cursor instead, right? Instead of just having some lame stuff. So go to page and we'll go to here, I think. So if it's loading, do this. Right, so what we're going to do is we can come here, right? Button shadow, come here. So yeah, let's put the brackets right in there. And what I want to do now is that if it's actually verify loading, cursor not allowed, I think. I always want to be sure. Yes, copy it from here and paste it right in here. So if it's loading, make the cursor not allowed so you can click again, right? So if it's loading, you don't want to, be clicking again. So if it's loading, just return. Okay, so that makes sense. So let's refresh this. Okay. What I wanted to do is not cursor not allowed, but it's actually cursor. But actually cursor loading, I think, or width. Yes, cursor width. This is something that we basically want, not the other way around. If you're actually loading, you want to have cursor width. Yeah, good. So let's log out and let's just log in a fresh user. Let's also generate this and register. Okay, save login. Okay, so basically I have all of this. This is the guy here. This is arrow wells. So let's verify. Okay, so it was very quick and I didn't actually see that. Yeah, it was very quick, I think. Right, so yeah, so let's make sure that, oh, the space in between. I think that could be why it didn't work. Alright, so basically I have to like test a new user. Let's get started from any random. I'm using a station called Figma. You can have it in Chrome if you're interested. Right, so come in here and what is the one I just created? Not sure. Oh, not the one I just created. The one I just created is this guy. I don't have his email, so it's difficult to even track him. So I'll log out, get started again. So let me grab this person's email, Camila Soto. So log in. So this Camila Soto, right? This guy. You can see that his status is like no. Let's click on verify me. Okay, change to yes. Okay, so that's pretty much decent. And you guys can see that everything is updated in real time. So let's check it for a much more smaller device. So it's very responsive, and we click on logout. We're able to see everything as expected. And now we've come to the end of this lesson. So what you're going to do is that you want to make sure that your package.json, you have this npx Prisma generate. This will generate the client during the build process, right? So basically, before you do this, way before you build. So when you have your Prisma generated, you can be able to build, successfully on Vercel, right? So you can come in here. It's very simple. It won't take more than a minute. So go to your project, right? Then you want to select the project you want to create. So this is the project I'm interested in. Click on import, right? Go to environment variables. If you have any, you want to paste them in there. So I'll go to my env. So this is the database URL I'm using from Superbase. So pass it in there. Then the value, you copy that and pass the value in. So once you're done with it, click on add. So GWT is secret. Paste it in here, and secret can just be anything, right? It doesn't really matter. Secret, but make sure you're using a very strong secret. So you can just generate any one online. So it's pretty much easy to do. So when you're done imputing your GWT secret and then your environment variables, you want to just click on deploy. So this is going to deploy your project. And meanwhile, this is actually deploying. You can actually keep track of it right here. You can see the building. You can click on here to keep track of building process. It's currently trying to install dependencies and it's going to move on to the next stage subsequently. So you want to basically hold on for it to take the time to process, right? So yeah, trying to install dependencies, and then you can see it's trying to run our Prisma generate command, and it was able to generate our Prisma client successfully. And here you go. Right, and then now it's going to run our build for us, and it's going to take a couple of times, and the build is going to be successful, and we're going to proceed. Okay, so the build seems to be very successful now, right? So it's going to try to do other stuffs. And when it's done, you're going to just see the success response, and you should be able to check out the actual route. So it's done now, and we've redirected to this page, I think. So what we're going to do is to just continue to dashboard. I'm having a little bit of a network issue. Yeah, but yeah, when we get to the dashboard, we have the link for it. So you click on there. Okay, either click on here or you click on here. So you can click on here, and this is going to open up the deploy link. You can see that everything is coming out nice and clean. Right, so you can click on the login, and you can actually log in. I don't know if I already have this user. Yeah, he's a registered user. So you can be able to log in successfully and you can view everything. So I'm going to log out now. You can see that this is the deploy link and this is the one that we're adding to the actual route. Thank you.